I'd like to call to order the July 25, 2013 meeting of the Buncombe County Board of Commissioners, and I would ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and if you'll join me in prayer. God, thank you for the history and legacy of our country as we approach our Independence Day. Thank you for the amazing leaders that put together our Declaration of Independence and our U.S. Constitution. We've been blessed with men and women who fought for the ideals of freedom, prosperity, and a government that has helped each person be the best person they could possibly be. When injustices and problems were recognized, our founding fathers gave us a peaceful and thoughtful way to change, correct, and improve the problems in the first draft of our Constitution. Help us to remember the importance of compromise and working together during our current times in national, state, and local governments. None of us have all the answers, but with prayer, public input, debate, discussion, and respect for everyone's ideas, comments, and information, we can move to a better place that's best for Buncombe County. Thank you for these good men and women that serve tirelessly as commissioners on this board. Give them continued wisdom, empathy, understanding, and insights into what's right, just, and fair. Mostly, thank you for the opportunity, God, to make Buncombe County a place where we can care about people, we can share with each other, and we can create a place where all of us can prosper and be free. Amen.
Mr. Chairman, there are a fair number of vacant seats if people would like to come forward and take a seat.
There's some seats up front. Some people want to come. We are going to basically follow the agenda, and we'll have the motocross public hearing first early on. In accordance with the Code of Ethics adopted by the Commission, it's the duty of every commissioner to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any commissioner know of any reason or any possible conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before us today?
No.
If not, we'll proceed and we will go to public comment. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes. If your time expires, you may leave any question along with your name, address, and phone number or email with the county manager. Commissioners are not expected to comment on matters during public comment. This is our time to listen to you. Comments should be limited to subjects that are within the jurisdiction of the Commission or pertain to matters upon which we may act. Any individual speaking during public comment shall address the entire Commission. Any polling of commissioners is inappropriate. Persons addressing the Commission are expected to observe the decorum of this chamber and to be respectful of everyone in the room. Any person who willfully interrupts, disturbs, or disrupts the session will be asked to leave the meeting. And we reserve the right to deny public address on any subject that's been previously presented to the board. If you'll give your name and where you live in the county, we'll get started. Does anyone wish to have public comment? Again, we're going to have a public hearing on the motorsports zoning amendment later, and I'd ask that the folks that want to comment on that, it might be more appropriate to do that during that public hearing and a little bit later in the meeting. Anybody have public comment? Yes, ma'am. Hope, where? And Mr. Rice, you can be next.
My name is Hope Herrick, and I'm from West Asheville. Chairman Gant and Commissioners, right from the very beginning of the deal with Company GE, formerly known as Company X, I, with many others, were very upset because we are supposed to have open government. After all, you are spending our money, and we should know all the details of the transactions. And if this is the way you are going to get companies to stay here or move here by giving them millions of our tax money, then I pray to God to help us, because this is not the American way to do business. This is exactly how the communist countries operate. With thousands of people in Buncombe County unemployed, or even if they have jobs, they are struggling to make ends meet. You should not take our money to help fund the building of a state-of-the-art school replacing Dixon Elementary. I want our children everywhere to have clean, safe buildings, but when times are bad, we cannot afford to go overboard with luxurious buildings. We are graduating dumb students. What we need are good teachers who will teach our children history, geography, and arithmetic, and if Asheville and Buncombe schools are in dire need of repair, we should economize repairing or building these schools. Please be less extravagant with their money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrick. Mr. Rice, who would like to speak after Mr. Rice? Yes, sir, on the third row, red shirt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, member of the board. If you notice, there was an agenda set out. Then, after a little bit, there was another agenda sent out. They was different. That's confusing, and probably on purpose. I'd like to address that while you say that you've informed the public on the budget, I disagree with you. There's been no discussion to extent from you commissioners on anything, and the county manager is the only one that's had anything, and it's been in lumps and books and paperwork. It's not been in an organized manner that people can get it. And I've been here a long time, and I have to dig for it. Saying you had a public hearing, yes, you did. But there's been things added to this agenda, many things that is not on the agenda when we had the public hearing. Example, the school, the intermediate school at Inca. That ain't even had a public hearing yet. And you've got money appropriated according to this budget. The other thing is the 18 million.3 X project, you went and approved it and then went to Paris. If you're going to do a deal, do a deal. If you need to go to Paris, go to Paris. But don't do a deal and sign off and then go to Paris. It don't look good and it don't smell good either. I think taxpayers are being screwed. The taxpayers are looking at a high tax rate, just like I proposed 2 months ago that would happen, and it's happening exactly the same way. And I'm here today to tell you that while you play around with politics, you're going to get burnt. And you hope to be out of office next time around if I can do anything about it. I want to know something. All these public buildings yous are doing, a bridge to nowhere. It don't even tell the purpose of that bridge. I mean the money. I don't even tell the amount. Are you doing all these government projects, jobs, to stimulate the economy, and you call that sustainability? Government cannot be government to sustain the ability. It needs to be private industry. Now, you're going to have a public hearing again on Friday or not? Because I ain't heard none of you talk about anything, and I hope we hear something today. But you have already talked. We don't have an opportunity to respond after you get through, except throw you out.
Thank you. Yes, sir. This gentleman. And who wants to speak after this this man? Yes, sir. On the next row. You can come on up if you want to ease on up.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. And with God's help, I'm going to get through this. I know I only got 3 minutes, so I'm going to read pretty quickly if I can. My name is Anthony Strickland. I'm a former AB Tech student. I started my journey several years ago to become an RN. I took most of my related classes AB Tech in my CNA at Blue Ridge Tech. I enrolled in the LPN class at AB Tech in the fall of 2011 and completed in 2012. My plans was to continue my education by enrolling in the RN program at AB Tech in the fall of 2012. After being accepted and given my verbal commitment to attend, I was told several weeks later that my position had been given to another student for my failure to reply to paperwork sent to me in emails. I was also told that a message was left on my phone, which was untrue because you cannot leave messages on my phone. After meeting with the nursing department, they told me that I could come back the following year, although all the positions had not been filled yet. I immediately went to the school president, Dr. Dunn, only to find out that there is no open door policy at the school. I talked to the secretary who gave my complaint to the other department heads. I could not understand why AB Tech had minority leaders asking for qualified applicants when I was just downstairs from them, and they never said one word to me about my admission papers being late. They finally decided to let me attend in 2012 RN program. From that moment on, I knew they would retaliate and kick me out of the program. I told my close friends not to talk to me in class or sit beside me because they would become a target too. Soon I found out that I was right about their intentions. From the first day of clinical, I was written up and received action plans where the true facts were slanted to make me look like an incompetent student. Almost every clinical day, I was talked to like a stray dog. I was shouted at for no good reason, and I was an adult paying my money to get an education. I received action plans almost every clinical day. I was humiliated every day in what should have been teachable moments. I was told that everyone in my clinical group was ahead of me, although I was helping some of them with medication knowledge. I was also tutoring several students in math, one for at least 18 months. In post-conference, anything I said was wrong, and I was told by Ms. Andrews that I took away from the subject at hand because I added comments that was totally unrelated to the discussion. Finally, Ms. Andrews told me that I lacked the critical thinking to be a nurse, and it would be doubtful that I would pass the clinical program. Now they had the paper trail they needed to subjectively dismiss me. All they needed now was a clinical liaison, Ms. Kilpatrick, to agree. The next clinical day, Ms. Kilpatrick evaluated me. They gave me a patient that had a critical blood pressure, was obese, a diabetic, incompetent, had swallowing problems, and numerous other problems. Ms. Kilpatrick and the Mission Hospital nurses was in communication with the patient's doctors, where I was left alone to make decisions.
And Mr. Strickland, if you have comments, we'll be glad to pass those to AB Tech personnel.
I just want to say that now they're asking the minority community to help pay this $80 million building fund right back now, but they have no minorities whatsoever enrolled in any of the allied programs, and we're being asked to pay the loan back, and they're doing nothing to keep us there.
All right, Mr. We'll be glad to take any papers and make sure that's part of our record, and also to get it to AB Tech. Thank you. Yes, sir. And who wants to speak after this gentleman? Yes, sir, Mr. Smith.
Here you go. Thank you. I'm here to share an experience I've had.
Get your name and where you
I'm
live.
sorry, my name is Dave McFarland. I'm a small businessman. I own the Wild Wing Cafe downtown Asheville. I'm here to just share a recent experience that I've had with a couple of your county commissioners. Looking to grow and expand a south location. The site that we found, we understand that we needed some direction from the county. So I had my realtor come down and look for some direction, and he came down to the office here and to get a starting point. He's in the parking lot, asked for directions, where to go. It was actually Joe Belcher that he got directions from. Mr. Belcher took him up, asked him the nature of his business, and he really just listened and got us a great starting point. Wanda Greene and David King then joined in, and two hours later, I'm walking the property on the site with two county commissioners. I'd like to thank you, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farland. Yes, sir, Mr. Smith. And who wants to speak after Mr. Smith? Yes, sir, in the back, a couple rows behind Mr. Smith. Oh, that's Mr. Ditmar. You can come on up.
I see a lot of lawyers here today. Must be some litigation going on. Anyway, what I'm here to talk about is some of the things that are going on in the courthouse and the tax office, the assessor's records, and the appraisal systems being gamed to accommodate or show favoritism to some people, some property owners here in Buncombe County, and to cheat some of us who are not receiving these accommodations. And I'll give you an example. There's a house on my street that was improved by doubling the square footage and building a luxury apartment in the basement from 656 square feet to about 1,500 square feet. And the taxpayer is still paying taxes on the basis of 656 square feet, although what she did was she improved that property without getting a building permit. She did it in secret, and she did it corruptly, and other people are doing it too. If one sees a person doing that, another one will do it too, and somebody else has done it. And I know that where that happened too. It's out on Wagon Road in Parkway Forest subdivision. Anyway, what I really came to talk to you about is forgery going on in the clerk's office. Forgery and scrubbing records. Let me tell you something. Those records in the clerk's office are supposed to be sacrosanct. They're supposed to be preserved on computers and with paper records, and they're not. They're being scrubbed, they're being forged, and they're being they're being corrupted. Now I'll tell you something. Back about 15 or 20 years ago, J. Ray Ellenberg and a man who's now a magistrate were at the top of a pyramid called the Circle of Gold, and they started a gambling thing going on. It was a pyramid scheme. It was illegal. It was a felony. And what they did was they got at the top of the pyramid. They got in early, and the market was saturated. And as soon as the authorities found out about it and said, well, this is illegal, something's got to be done about it, they confessed judgment and made an arrangement to pay back the ill-gotten gains that they got, whereas in other parts of the state of North Carolina, people were being prosecuted for felonies. Now, if you go over there to the clerk's office and try to look that up, you won't find it because it's been scrubbed. J. Ray Ellenberg's name has been scrubbed, and so has Lovell Smith's, who's now a magistrate.
Okay, sir.
That 3 minutes thing is
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith.
inadequate.
All right, I think we have Mr. Ditmore next. And who will speak after Mr. Ditmore?
Hi, I'm Alan Ditmore of Leicester. I never know exactly how much to respond to previous speakers, many of which were right. My grandmother, in her old age, lost track of a house lot in Arden, I think in the Royal Pine subdivision. Seemed to disappear in her dotage, and nobody can find this lot. But it goes to some doubts about the clerk of court's office, at least in the past. I would have concur, I guess, about Isaac Dixon, the complaint that was unnecessary. I hear that there's extra room in the county system, and although it might require some complex redistricting, that shifting Isaac Dixon to the closest county school with the surplus space, which I guess would be Woodfin, would take some complex shifting, but I think the space is there. Let's see what was talked about. Well, I forget. But I want to give you a kudos. I read, I think, in the consent agenda, changes to the health department fee structure. That had some contraception in it. You're finally following my advice and doing some contraception funding. For the first time, you're giving contraception to people who owe the health department money for some other service, and people who can't document their income. That's good. That's a step forward. I think it's a little late, and I think you can do more. Yeah, it should have been done a long time ago, and I think there's more to be done. But I'll give you a kudos for that step in the right direction on a subject that nobody seems to publicly be willing to budge on. There is actual movement, but it was pretty quiet. I'm running out of time anyway. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ditmore. Any more public comment tonight? Mr. Yelton?
Three minutes is not enough. I mean, we hear what we got to say, we say it, then you do whatever you want to do. We don't know what you're thinking. We don't know what the issues are. You did keep it a secret about the plant. And I heard on the news today that the state's giving somebody some money out there in Swannanoa, and they're going to generate 90 jobs. I think that's what that $17 million is going to get 90 jobs too. Well, the state giving something like $90,000 and getting 90 jobs is a whole lot better than $18 million and 90 jobs. And Jerry's so right. You're going to run out of money because you're looking at a tax increase of 15%. Now, you can package it any way you want to. And you've got a member of your board up there saying, oh, the people in my district are going to have a tax reduction. Well, you know, something happened on revaluation. You did do something that was good. You went over and did an overlay, and if it's too steep to develop, you reduce the taxes on it. But I have a little 100 by 100 strip of property on my place where there's a cell tower at, and it was declared at $50,000 in value that I pay taxes on. And this county put up 13 radio sites that they bought and own. And this county doesn't pay taxes on their sites. So everything you're doing is taking money away from the property tax owners. The hospital. I said something today. You can't throw a dead cat in Asheville that you hit property that the hospital has. And the hospital gets property, rents it back to the doctors cheaper than the doctor can own it because they don't have to pay property taxes. That's why you have all those people going to Raleigh and screaming and yelling and raising Cain. And I look around this room. It's crowded. You got all this wonderful space up here. It's like you all are afraid that somebody's going to challenge you and attack you. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 cops standing here. And you're keeping people 60 foot away from you. WLOS, when they put you on TV, when you look at yourself on your own channel, you know what you see? Little tiny heads. You can't even see you. And I think part of that's because you don't smile a lot and you don't listen to what people said. You're sitting there going, so, you know, let's just be more transparent. There's nothing wrong with arguing. There's nothing wrong with being wrong. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with going to Paris. I'll carry your luggage, Dave, the next time you go to Paris. If you go to Hawaii, I'll carry your luggage there for you. I mean, you know, it's just tell people what's going on. It's just like what happened in the city of Asheville, and I got 7 seconds. It's not what the chief of police did. It's the cover-up. It's the creation of a delusion. That's the problem.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yelton. Any other public comment tonight? Yes, sir, blue shirt. While he's coming up, we are curious about what your cell phone sounds like, but if y'all could all cut them off, it'll be a better meeting. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name's Rick Watson. I'm a property owner out in Swannanoa.
What's your name and where you live?
My name's Rick Watson. I'm a property owner out in Swannanoa.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
After Mr. Yelton, he got my blood curdling. I was going to wait, but I have a chain of emails here from you, Mr. Gant, where you went out and visited Highland Farms. I didn't give you the courtesy of letting you know because you didn't give me the courtesy of calling me. You advised all the counselors try to shut down my property, my business. I got 41 acres on Highway 70 right beside this motocross, and I believe a man ought to be able to do with his property what he wants to do. I pay right at $17,000 a year in taxes to run my business, of which you sicked everybody in the county, the state, everybody you could after me to shut me down. Just because one person in Highland Farms, one person named Jerry Ingram, didn't like to look at my dirt and rocks and my business materials. You can't put lipstick on a pig. Well, you can. But what you done to me with all these emails, it even has my phone number on her initial complaint. You couldn't pick up the phone and call me and ask me why I hadn't been moving much dirt. Most people know since 2005, 2006, there's not been a lot of building going on. I do sell dirt. I do move materials. I do own 41 acres on Highway 70. I voted against zoning. You imposed it on me anyhow. These people have a right to do what they want to do with their property. Next time you want to jump on somebody, why don't you call them first? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Any other public comment tonight? Yes, sir, green shirt.
Good evening. I'm Steve Agan. I live in West Asheville. I'm an Isaac Dixon parent, and that's why I'm here tonight. Mainly just wanted to thank the commissioners that have taken the time to meet with us and express our concerns and interests in this capital improvement project. And I like the commissioner who said, I don't remember who it was, but we're not just city residents, we're county residents who happen to live in the city. And so we need these facilities and educational services as well. And, we're solidly middle class. We spend all of our time working when we're not being parents. And Exhibit A, my wife just dropped the kids off on her way to her job at Mission Hospital. And so now I'm dad again. So that's our busy lives. And we know you guys are busy too. And we appreciate the time and consideration that you've given us in this process, and so on behalf of myself and the other Isaac Dixon parents, and on behalf of Olivia, third grader, and Magdalene, she's hiding. She's going to be a kindergartner, and she'll get to enjoy the new school building for many years after it's built. So I'm really excited about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. Any other public comment tonight? You're going to do great in kindergarten.
Nothing like them children to make you smile.
That's right. That's good. All righty. If not, don't see anybody behind the pole or anywhere. We'll ask for a motion. Now we've made some adjustments. Let me go over the adjustments. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the agenda as printed with the following adjustments. The AB Tech capital projects matter from the consent agenda. The addition that'll be pulled to new business. The addition of Grove Park End Day proclamation. The presentation I'll make. The AB Tech capital amendment at the end of new business, and the AB Tech surplus Ford pickup trucks to transfer to AB Tech, some of the surplus property we have. With those are there any other changes? I think I covered it. Okay. Are there any? Is there a motion to adopt the agenda with those changes? Is there a second? Okay, there's been a motion by Commissioner Frost, a second by Commissioner Newman. Is there any discussion of following the agenda? Any other discussion about the agenda as we've proposed it? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Then we will proceed with those the agenda at the agenda as we have changed it. Proclamations. We'll start off with Commissioner Belcher.
All right. how I wanted to do this, Miss Nelia Hyatt is up here, and I'm going to have the privilege in just a little bit to declare June the 8th is Nelia Hyatt Day, and I'm going to have her granddaughter come up here and fill you in. For those of you that may not know her, may not know a lot about her, she's going to come up and tell you a little bit, and then I'll present this after you're finished, okay? And you can introduce whoever's here with you.
Okay. Thank you, Joe, for this wonderful occasion to honor my grandmother in such a wonderful way for all that she's done for the musical community of Western North Carolina. I'd like to introduce to you the people that are here with her to receive that honor, and those are my husband, Evan Riley, my son, Daniel Howard, his wife, Stacy, my daughter, Olivia Howard, my father, Paul Cogdill, his wife, Nancy, and Nelia's great-great-great-grandson, Tyler Higgins. Now, I'd especially like to welcome Miss Marilyn McCready, who is the spokesperson for Mrs. Hyatt's Music House, who will tell you a little bit about Mrs. Hyatt and what she has done in Western North Carolina. Marilyn, would you please come forward?
And let's get y'all, all the family, come on up and be around the podium if you would. We'd like to see y'all and like to see you on TV. I'm sure your grandmom and mom would, if you will. Go ahead. Thank you.
My name is Marilyn McMahon McCready. I'm a ballad singer, a folklorist, and a storyteller. Karen has graciously asked me to tell you about Miss Nelia Hyatt. I've known Miss Hyatt since I was 18 or 19 years old. Through teaching in the community college system, I have marched over 1,000 people through her home for music at the Opry House or Mrs. Hyatt's Opry House or Music House. Music here in the mountains is a tradition that goes back to the British Isles, also to the mountains of France, Germany, Austria. Music is a part of people. Mrs. Hyatt has been the estuary for mountain music and mountain culture, and she is just as important to our culture and our life as the estuaries along the coast are to the ecosystem of their oceans. Her husband, the late Wayne Hyatt, was, no pun intended, instrumental in this preservation of music. He was a mandolin player. He was a Lutherer. His father was a musician. His grandfather was a musician. Indeed, you will find that in most native mountain people here. It will run 5 and 6 generations. Miss Hyatt was born in 1917. I hesitated to tell a woman's age at any time. Her husband was born in 1913. They met when she was about 17 years old. They married January 27th, 1924. He worked in the olivine mines. It's a green mineral that's used in industry. In the 1930s, he and his brother Jack were playing music on a regular basis at a music hall associated with the Balsam Inn, a very old and beautiful spot in Jackson County. They moved to Newport News in Virginia during the Second World War seeking employment. He became a welder in the naval yards. He came back to visit, and his dad convinced him to work for the Southern Railway. Less than 6 months after he began, well, it was 2 weeks of employment, a load of steel shifted, cut off his feet. They dangled by the Achilles tendons. The medical attendants wanted to amputate immediately, and he told him to take him to Asheville. Miss Nelia met him there, and he prepared her for them to bamboozle him and her by sedating him and asking her to sign the papers for amputation. He said, "Don't you do it." And she didn't. They told him that he would bleed to death before he got to Asheville. Obviously, he didn't. They told him he would never recover from surgery. Obviously, he did. They told him he'd never work again. 18 months later, he was back on the job with Southern Railway. Miss Nelia massaged his feet and ankles, kept the circulation going, pulled him around their farm in a little wagon. The money that they gave him for his pain and suffering from the accident purchased the land that eventually became their home and our music home. I went there in the early or late 1950s when the music first began, and it was on Sunday afternoon in their front room. We call it a living room now, but when I was a young'un, you had a kitchen and a front room and bedrooms. The house grew and the names changed. The crowd outgrew that front room. And Nelia and Wayne took their granddaughter Karen over to Weaverville to a creek, and they loaded river rock, and they tugged it back, and he built an enclosure on a little carport sort of a building, and that was the beginning of the music house. It moved out of the front room and into the music house. It overran that, and you could go on Thursday night in the summertime, and it would be under every tree, across the porch, sitting on the bumpers of pickup trucks. They had 15, 20 people. They played with their back to the crowd because they were there for the music. It was not a performance. In Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, it's called a ceilidh. When my dad was growing up in the 20s, it was called a play party. Now we just call it making music. They're the famous and the near famous and the never was famous, all right there in one bunch. You have Brian Sutton, who's one of the best studio musicians and been on Grammy-winning recordings. You have Josh Goforth, who's been on Grammy-winning recordings with David Holt. You have people beyond compare. 17 years ago, we began to celebrate Miss Hyatt's birthdays in June. And these were money-making events, not for Miss Hyatt, but for people in need here in the mountains. There has been over $100,000 raised for different peoples here. The race car legend Bob Presley, Robert Blankenship, a musician here, Jamie Ross, Anthony Taylor, and Leela Taylor, and ones that I can't remember. Joe, you have done all of us a great service by recognizing, my grandma said there was nothing wrong with me except my water bag was hung too low. By recognizing Mrs. Hyatt and how important in giving she has been. She is indeed like the wise woman in the book of Proverbs. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to go. I think will that pick me up? I need to go back there. Will it pick me up? Okay, and my association with the science has been through their music, through bluegrass music, and through I'm going to go back here. Through bluegrass music and through the heritage in these mountains. And I, for one, want to continue that heritage. Bluegrass music, particularly bluegrass gospel music, for me has been something that through the hills of West Virginia where I was raised and has something that I just love. But as you mentioned, Proverbs, Scripture says that the aged women are to teach the younger women. Certainly she has served that well. And I'm so grateful for that. And this community should be grateful for that she's done that through a great family and through her music. So on behalf of Buncombe County Commissioners declare June the 8th, her birthday, Nelia Hyatt Day. On behalf of all Buncombe County citizens, we take this opportunity to recognize your contribution to the preservation of the heritage of bluegrass music in our community for over 60 years. As the founder of Mrs. Hyatt's Music House, you have encouraged, promoted, and secured the tradition of mountain music for generations. You have made a lasting contribution to the folk history and culture of our county, and you're one of our most cherished people to match our mountains, This, the 25th day of June 2013, signed by all the Buncombe County Commissioners. Thank you so much, Ms. Hyatt. She said, thank you. This is just a surprise to me.
Keep the music going.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir, I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Give her another hand. Thank
You want to take one? Yeah, let's go. Mr. Fryer. Commissioner Fryer.
Ms. Hyatt. Ms. Hyatt. Ms. Hyatt, can you hear me? I had a business on Bavard. I had a business on Bavard Road from 2000 a little past from 98 to 2000. And I remember coming down Bavard Road to come to work or going home in the evenings, and cars lined up both sides of the road. Some of them seemed like they was all the way up to Barclays during these periods, and I thought, what is going on back there? But then I did find out what's going on, and I do thank you for what you've done for the community, you and your husband, and Joe, and you deserve this, but I really did get to find out what was going on there, and just talking about Robert Presley and Bob Presley and people like that, we all talked about it, that this is where everybody come to pick and sing, and that's, you gave them a place, and thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Hyatt. Next, we have Commissioner Frost will be giving a presentation. Dave, you can come on up. We have some seats if y'all would like to sit down in the back, too.
Buncombe County has some extraordinary partnerships that do amazing work every day. And they're led often by quiet heroes that we never hear about. And David Herbert went on the Crime Stoppers Board in 2008. And he knew his mission was to expand the message. So at the end of the day, anybody that wanted to turn in an anonymous tip would know the number 255-5050. Since that time, Dave Herbert has worked tirelessly, absolutely tirelessly, and I'm going to let Sheriff Duncan explain to you a little bit, but because of his work and the visibility created by Crime Stoppers, thousands of tips have come in, and I don't know, untold arrests have been made. So I'll let Sheriff Duncan share a little bit about that now.
Thank you, Commissioner Frost. We're very fortunate in this county to have a lot of individuals who are not only competent and have a lot of drive about them, but are also very willing to volunteer that time. And Dave Herbert's been that person since June 24, 2008, when the City Council appointed him as chairman of Asheville-Buncombe Crime Stoppers. There have been thousands of tips that have accumulated untold arrests since David's time there. The thing I'd really like to recognize about him is he has a real vision for Crime Stoppers that will continue to grow. Even though he's stepping aside, we still have quite a bit to do.
And know his number.
And we know his number, but I'm very appreciative of him. And it'd really be difficult for me to describe how much time and effort he's put into Crime Stoppers. Let's hear from him.
Well, that's more than generous, much more than generous. But I'll pass it on to our board of directors, who a great bunch of leaders who serve this Crime Stopper program. And we certainly pass it on to Sheriff Duncan and to our Crime Stoppers coordinator, Ms. Natalie Bailey, who is here. It's a wonderful program, the purpose of which, of course, this is a commercial. It's a great program, the purpose of which is really to bring safety to our streets, to our neighborhoods, and to our communities through citizen participation. It is a team effort. It's an effort between the resources of the county, of the city, the wonderful law enforcement agencies who serve us, the members of the press who are very helpful in promoting our programs, and most importantly, those citizens who at a moment get the nerve up, pick up their phone, call the Crime Stoppers hotline, which I hope all of you will remember that number. It's an anonymous call, 255-5050, to identify lawbreakers who they have seen out in the community, so that then quickly following that, our law enforcement personnel can go out and hopefully apprehend them. It's a great program. If any of you have an interest in becoming involved, please call the sheriff. Please, and again, it's anonymous, unless you give your name, to ask him how you can become involved, or Ms. Natalie Bailey. Both of them can tell you about it. It's been an honor to serve with the group, and we do all appreciate the support that's come from the county and certainly from your wonderful Sheriff Van Duncan. And we are delighted recently to welcome Commissioner Frost on the board. Thank you again so much.
Thank you. And wait 1 second. I think I can see this without my glasses. Buncombe County Commissioners recognize and honor Dave Herbert. On behalf of the citizens of Buncombe County, the board expresses its sincere appreciation for your exceptional contributions to the citizens of Buncombe County and Western North Carolina. Your leadership on the Crime Stoppers Board of Directors has been crucial to the betterment of our community. We take this opportunity to recognize and thank you for your work and dedication. You are a true example of our motto, people to match our mountains. June 25th, 2013.
Thank you so very much.
All right, next up we'll have Vice Chair Jones to give the
Please don't forget the number.
Grove Park Inn.
I got that number.
Come on. Grove Park Inn proclamation.
Well, this is an evening to recognize institutions, be them flesh and blood or walking advertisements for a better community, or one of our most celebrated icons, frankly, in our community, the Grove Park Inn. The Grove Park Inn is going to be 100 years old on July the 12th. And I'd like to share with our citizens, both with us here in the chambers as well as on the air, some very interesting facts about the Grove Park Inn here. The Grove Park Inn was envisioned and designed by Edwin Wiley Grove and his son-in-law Fred Loring Seeley. The Grove Park Inn had a groundbreaking ceremony on July 9th, 1912, and opened to the public July 12th in 1913. In his speech at the opening banquet, United States Secretary of State Williams Jennings Bryan proclaimed the Grove Park Inn as the triumph of architectural skill mingled with a scenic splendor of nature's handiwork, the whole blending in one great harmony never before equaled in the annals of builder's craft. Every year, the Grove Park Inn welcomes about 500,000 guests from around the world. It is one of the largest employers in our community, and an employer, may I add, that really sets the bar for the rest of us in terms of important human resource policies, and we follow your lead, and we appreciate your investment in our community. I didn't know this, and I'll share with you. This is the fun fact of the night. has the largest public display of arts and crafts style furniture in the world. And I think many of us do know this and are very proud of the fact that the Grove Park Inn has been a retreat for 10 different presidents of the United States. Most recently, our President Obama, and he really got us on the map recently, and we were excited about that. I saw that CNN said you were one of the world's fabulous hotels just yesterday or the day before, but probably more importantly than this external accolades are the folks at home that really have a connection with your hotel, be it on going to celebrate the Martin Luther King breakfast and when the whole community gathers there, or I bet most of us are going to show up around there around the holidays too to see the gingerbread houses or whatnot.
That's
so
right.
we know that there's been a lot of change, and we're excited to support the new owners. And we celebrate this moment with you at the centennial. And I would like to read this proclamation and get it officially on record, and then see if you'd like to say a few words. So on behalf, well, I don't know, I guess it's perhaps, yes, I'm just going to put it in a declaration. There you go, because I can do that. On behalf of the citizens of Buncombe County, this board expresses its sincere appreciation and congratulations on the anniversary of your 100th year of serving our community and the travelers that visit Buncombe County. As one of our largest employers, we support your commitment to this community and wish your continued success in your next 100 years. Be it therefore proclaimed by the Buncombe County Board of Commissioners that July 12, 2013 is Grove Park Inn Day, and I move this approval.
Okay. Been a motion by acclamation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. So,
7-0.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Commissioners, I am humbled to stand here before you because I represent 100 years worth of people that have been at Grove Park, and hopefully 100 more years as we move into our next centennial event. It is really special. We've got a whole lot of things going on. If you haven't been up in a while, I would love for everybody to come and look at what we've done in the last year to restore our Great Hall and actually take it back to what we believe was Edwin Wiley Grove and Fred Seeley's original vision, which we consider the Great Hall kind of Western North Carolina's living room, and everyone likes to bring their company there and show the place off. For myself and on behalf of the entire staff, we're honored and blessed to feel like that we are the caretakers in time. And yes, as change happens over the course of 100 years, a lot of things change, but there is a sense of heart with Grove Park, and I think every member of our community feels it, and I'm just grateful to be a part of that. Thank you so much for this. This means a great deal to us.
This is my second trip down here. I like to have other people give the awards, but I do have one that I felt compelled to give. And this is to Mandy Stone. Mandy is one of our assistant county managers, and she had the vision to physically and programmatically integrate our health and human services. We've had over 30 counties come to Buncombe County to see how we did it, because it hasn't been done before. And when we submitted it to our National Association of County Commissioners, we won the award. We won the 2013 Achievement Award for the Integrated Health and Human Services project that we've done And it is hard to change things in government because things work well. It's just easy to keep going the same way you were. But Mandy Stone, since she's been with us, has always been willing to look and see if we could do it better. So, Mandy, I want you to come down and accept this national award from the National Association of County Commissioners. Let's give her a hand.
Thank you very much. It's seldom that I'm speechless about integration of health and human services, but would like to thank both past and current commissioners for their support and the support of the county manager. It takes a lot of leadership courage to take your largest and most expensive departments and be willing to innovate and look at a different way to deliver services. So thank you for the opportunity to lead that. And thank you for my leadership team, many of who are here, and I just ask them to stand because this belongs to them.
And how many counties do we have in U.S.?
Oh, the U.S. That's right.
8,000. It's nice to get a national award. It meant a lot to us, and we will be very honored. Thank you again. Our next order of business, and what I'm going to do, I see about 4 chairs up front. I'm going to ask that some of you come up here, but leave the last one vacant. When we have a public meeting, we're going to have the first person, the next person in line to speak on that last seat. This is the zoning text amendment for the motorsports facility. We're going to have Josh O'Connor come up and explain the request for the text amendment. After he does that, we're going to ask if there's some questions from the commissioners. And then the most important part is our public hearing. It'll be the same rules as we had before. You'll have 3 minutes to talk. We'd like to hear your name and where you're from. We will hear everybody that wants to speak on this, and I thank you for not doing it 2 times in the public hearing. We often hear from people twice. We're going to listen to this, and we're going to make a decision on how we go from here. And I'll go with Mr. O'Connor. Josh?
All right, Chairman Gant and members of the Board of Commissioners, the case that you have before you tonight is an amendment, or a proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance to amend the table of uses to show motorsports facilities as a conditional use in the EMP or employment district and the CS district or commercial service district. The amendment was proposed by Stacy Ogle, and it has been presented to the Planning Board and comes with a set of proposed conditional use standards, which I'll go through briefly. The facility where it's to be located has to be located at least half a mile or 2,640 feet from any parcel where a hospital, hospice facility, licensed nursing home, licensed adult care home, licensed family care home, drop-in or short-term child care center, providing care to at least 10 preschool children, licensed child care center, private or public elementary or middle or high school, publicly accessible state or federal land, to include the Blue Ridge Parkway or municipal and or county or recreation facilities. It's got to comply with the standards of the Buncombe County Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance and ensure that no storage of hazardous materials, to include bulk fuels, are outside of special flood hazard areas. It's got to be set back from any perennial waters, wetlands, a sufficient amount to protect from surface spills and groundwater contamination, and there has to be vegetative buffering in those areas. There has to be sufficient access to a major highway to minimize facility-related travel through residential neighborhoods. There needs to be appropriate buffering to make sure that the use protects the surrounding property owners and any nearby residential areas from noise, dust, and light associated with the facility. And those buffering standards are rather lengthy, but they involve a combination of tree buffers and earthen berms. There has to be security fencing to protect the facility from any unauthorized entrance during off hours. And the facility has to have adequate parking on site. And then kind of our standard conditional use, hours of operation, signs, and exterior. Lighting shall be evaluated for economic noise, vibration, glare, dust, and odor effects, and shall be compatible and in harmony with the surrounding uses. So those are the standards if this proposed amendment goes forward that the Board of Adjustment would look at with each specific case that was proposed. Just to provide you a little bit of context on the case that's before you, this was originally brought to the Planning Board on March 18th. The Planning Board asked that we add those conditional use standards, and we have some further discussion on the matter. And we brought that as staff back to the Planning Board on May the 6th. The Planning Board, after their discussion, agreed that they were ready to proceed forward with a public hearing, which was heard on June 3rd. At that public hearing, the Planning Board recommended for denial of the proposed amendment, which was in concurrence with the staff recommendation, which was also for denial. We've heard considerable comment on both sides, and I think you'll continue to hear that tonight. Outside of our public meetings, the bulk of the contact that we've had with the public has been in opposition to the proposed amendment. I just want to reiterate the fact that this proposal doesn't involve any one specific parcel of land, but would potentially involve any parcel that's zoned CS or EMP, or potentially in the future would be rezoned CS or EMP. So it's not project specific. Beyond that, we currently allow motorsports facilities in our open use district, which occupies about 80% of our zoned area within the county. And since the passage of the zoning ordinance, we've yet to see an application for a motorsports facility in that area as a conditional use. Generally looking at our call loads, one of the most frequent complaints that we're asked to investigate is the use of motor vehicles and off-road vehicles. A lot of those don't have anything to do with an organized track facility or just recreational uses on private land, but it is something that we see quite frequently. We have received previous complaints about a previous operation at Lytle Cove Road, which is the only organized motorsports facility that we're aware of currently in the county. That's not to say that there aren't any more out there, but we did realize a number of complaints from that operation. Commercial service and EMP tend to be clustered in very close proximity to the county's more dense residential settings. They're typically located along highway corridors as you start to enter residential areas. Our current ordinances prohibit us from considering a variance in use on any particular site, so that's why this is being proposed as a general amendment to the ordinance and an expansion of the table of uses. We can't look at one particular site and say, well, that's well suited, let's do that there. We have to change the ordinance to allow it for the zoning on that site. And I just have a list of maps that I'll try to go through to allow y'all to look at. Okay, this first map shows the commercial service and EMP zones within the county. We've buffered those with a 1/2 mile and 1 mile buffer to demonstrate anticipated impact from associated noise. I will say that it's difficult to understand the specifics of how sound will dissipate within each site given the unique topography of our area. Map 2 reflects the CS and EMP zones against the area parks and recreation facilities, and we've also added a 1/2 mile buffer to those parks and recreation facilities.
Just a suggestion, next time you have those maps, could you have a flag or have a dot or something showing where the property in question is?
There's no specific property in question. This would be,
Right.
if we're looking at that, this would be the orange areas that are shown on the map. So they're pretty large parcels that we're looking at.
But I mean this particular piece of property, which is on 70.
We're not evaluating a particular piece of property tonight. The amendment under discussion evaluates
all right, I'll move on. All right, go ahead.
Map 3 reflects a similar depiction with schools and daycare facilities mapped. Again, those are those school and daycare facilities that we know of now, buffered out to a 1/2 mile. And map 3 shows medical facilities in the same regard. I've already been through the list of specific conditions that are associated with those sites. I know I went through them quickly, so I'd be more than happy to answer any specific questions about how those work. And before we start the public hearing, I did want to read the definition of what a motorsports facility is under our current ordinance to provide that context. A motorsports facility means any facility, track, or course upon which racing or motorsporting events are conducted, including but not limited to vehicles, motorcycles, all-terrain vehicles, motor scooters, go-karts, etc. And that concludes my presentation. If I could answer any questions for the commissioners.
I have a couple. Once something is deemed a business, are they subject to the noise ordinance?
It's my understanding that businesses are not subject to the noise ordinance.
And when you said about complaints at Lytle Cove, do you know how many there were?
It's been a while since I've dealt with that particular operation. I would say it was a handful of complaints. They extended over a number of years. And one of the biggest issues revolving around that case is the nature of the on-again, off-again zoning that we had, where we had zoning initially in 2007 and then had to re-implement zoning in 2009. So it spanned over several years. It's difficult to say, and they were largely repeat calls.
You said the planning board denied it. What was the actual vote, please?
The actual vote was a 4-4 vote. And I'll defer to the county attorney so he can explain that further.
That'd be good.
Just generally speaking, a 4-4 vote, whether it's before this board or any of the other boards that the county has, a 4-4 vote is registered as a denial of the motion.
Okay.
So, Josh, you're saying that right now these can be put in 80% of the county?
They can be put in the open use district, which just occupy 80% of our zoned area.
And so this amendment what would it take the percentage to?
I don't have the exact percentage. It doesn't raise it very much because so little of the county is available in CS and
That was
EMP.
the maps you were showing us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have just one follow-up question on the procedural piece from the planning board. So I understand the basic idea that in order for a policy to be adopted, you need a majority support to do that, so a tie doesn't get things passed. But in just reading it, it sounds like the resolution itself was to deny adoption. And so was that the motion was to deny it, or the motion was to adopt it, and that failed? I mean, I'm clear that it didn't. The planning board did not endorse adoption of this expanded use, but I'm just trying to understand the specifics of
yes, granted, the 4-4 votes lukewarm, whichever way you look at it. And the important point here is that this board is not bound by any recommendation of the planning board for or against. So what's before the board today, as I understand it, is the recommendation or the staff prepared recommendations for conditional uses as described by Josh, and as I understand it, it'd be a yes or no vote for what's coming before the board today. So again, I hope that answers your question, but you're not bound either way with the recommendation came from the planning board for or against. And as I recall, the motion there was, is anyone in favor of voting in favor of this recommendation? If it doesn't read right, sorry about that, but you're not bound either way.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to make sure I have that too, because we're going to have a public hearing in a minute. We're going to hear from the public, but as we're formulating our decisions, the motion before us will be to deny.
It's up to the board, up to this board to approve or deny.
All right, so a motion could be either way.
Yes.
And then we'll vote on that or any other motion procedurally.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So these are allowed in open use, correct?
The conditional use.
Right. And if we were to allow this and a business was established, nobody could complain about the noise.
It depends on what was established in that conditional use permit. That's somewhat of a tricky issue because my understanding is the noise ordinance is enforced through the sheriff's department. It's not something that our department monitors, so I can't profess any intimate knowledge of the ordinance. The Board of Adjustment does have the ability to set noise limitations, which would then bring it under the purview of our department to make sure that the specific conditions of that site were adhered to.
Because I want to hear correctly, you did say that under the conditional use that a buffer could be required. Is there any specifics regarding that buffer? I mean, you don't have to go into that. I'm assuming there would it be specifics related to this type of business, or just
CS or EMP in general, and you said that standards regarding noise, dust, two, which I'm sure the community would be interested in regarding this applicant. So,
sure. To back up a little bit, the way that a conditional use permit would work is there are specific requirements of that particular use when it's listed as a conditional use. An applicant prepares the site plan and shows both the ordinance standards and those enhanced standards for the conditional use. This one in particular does require a 100-foot planted buffer strip consisting of at least 3 rows of evergreen trees. And then it goes into how they're staggered and offset. That's specific to this use. When we're talking about those more generic statements of hours of operation, signs, exterior lighting, noise, vibration, glare, and dust, what the Board of Adjustment evaluates the application for is does the site plan presented, does it appear to account for those particular issues? When you get into those more subjective standards, it's up to the applicant to make a case that through some special design of the site that they've minimized the impacts of the surrounding community, but there are no specific standards other than in the case of lighting. We have a lighting ordinance that would dictate for light.
Chairman, I spoke to Mr. Ogle on this, and what I told him is the way it's laid out, motorsports facility, that we can't really go there because that opens it up too big, as far as I'm concerned. You can have anything at that point once we say that. And I've talked to Mr. Sneed, and the wording needs to go to just a practice motocross. And they've got things that they're going to bring forward to you on it, but as putting it under that specific name, it opens it up a little too big, I think, for all the commissioners. If we can back it into something like, just motocross practice track, and that's what it's supposed to be, and they will be speaking on that, I'm sure.
All right, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Fry. I think let's go ahead and have the public hearing, and then we'll get back to that, if that's all right. Okay, any other questions before we start our public hearing? All right, you have 3 minutes. I'm going to recognize a couple of you in a row. Mr. Sneed, we'll start with you, and gentlemen there, if y'all just go sit in the next seat. And who wants to speak after? Okay, got lady. You'll speak after the gentleman with the coat, and the man with the bow tie sit after the lady.
Mr. Chairman, my name's Albert Sneed, and I represent Mr. Ogle, who paid the county a $500 fee to seek this change. There is absolutely no way that we can present his case in 3 minutes as the petitioner for this change. Otherwise, you'll never find out what the facts are. So I'm asking if you could give me some more time, and I'll move as fast as I can to tell you why he sought this change and what he's done about it.
How much time do you need, Mr.? I think that's probably appropriate. I don't mind hearing you out.
I can get done in 10 or 15 minutes, but
I think in my discretion I'll give you 10 minutes to present the case.
May I approach to hand out some packages?
Yes, sir. You can.
Here's the problem. There are a lot of folks in Buncombe County that ride motocross motorcycles. And there's no legal place in Buncombe County where you can do this except this piece of land up on Lytle Cove, which I'm sure you'll hear people complain about tonight, where you can only ride 9 hours a week. And if you want to practice, you either have to go trespass on somebody else's property, or you have to take your children and grandchildren in the car to Chesney, South Carolina, to a practice facility. And Mr. Ogle's been looking for some time in Buncombe County to find a practice facility that would work in the OU district. Excuse me. Here's the problem with the OU district. There's a house every quarter mile unless you're up on the mountains where you couldn't do this. So that even though you see large wide areas on the map, you go out in the county and look for area where you might do this, and you'll find that you're going to be next to somebody's house or close by, and it's quiet out in the county. And the reason we asked this change is because in some commercial areas, and employment areas, ambient noise exists anyway. The change requested, and I don't, all Mr. Ogle wants to do is put together a motocross practice facility so children can have a place that's regulated to ride. Now, the first thing in that package I handed you is the judgment that allows for riding 9 hours a week out there in Lytle Cove. That's a problem. The second thing I've handed you in that package is petitions from people in Swannanoa that want you to approve this. They want this facility in Swannanoa. The third thing in this package, but before we get to that, we're asking for conditional use. Now, if you all have not seen the application for conditional use, it's not just, I want this and I should be entitled to get it. There's no guarantee that anybody will ever get a conditional use permit on any piece of property anywhere. It takes a 4/5 vote of the Board of Adjustment to get a conditional use permit. And the Board of Adjustment can require conditions based on the circumstances of the location, the property, the activity that's required. Everybody says, has there been a site? Well, Mr. Ogle has a piece of property in mind. It's irrelevant to this discussion, but everybody wants to know the answer. So it's a site out on Swannanoa on Highway 70. And the next set of pictures you have in that package is pictures of people riding motocross motorcycles right directly across the street from this site back in 1979. It's an activity that's been out there before, and if you ride down that highway, you have to conclude that it's a noisy place. There are over 300 semi-trucks a day that ride in front of this property. 1,900 a week, and there's a letter from Ingalls in there telling how many trucks come to their warehouses. It backs up to the railroad track. The railroad track has a very high bank there. There was a noise, Mr. Ogle has had a noise study done, and it's in there, it's in that package. And if you turn to the back page, they took a dB meter, a noise meter, and went out to these various locations in Swannanoa at between 12 and 12:30 midday on a weekday. And they've got the ambient noise level at each one of those locations. They went back out and put motorcycles on this piece of property and rode them around and at 6:30 in the evening. And you can see that the noise is less than it was at 12:30 in the daytime at all of these locations. Less. Not as noisy as it is in the middle of the day. Furthermore, the topography of the ground, it tends to, and that table's on the back page, Mr. Chairman, that's where they do the comparison, and then there's some information in there how loud each one of those measurements are. Now, this is really irrelevant to what I'm asking you to prove today, but it is relevant to point out that the commercial service district can have a lot of ambient noise and be a lot noisier and be able to tolerate noise better than some place out in Leicester that's a quarter of a mile away from somebody's peaceful farmhouse. And that's why we would like the chance to try to get a conditional use permit for this location. But we can't do it unless you make this change to the ordinance. Mr. Ogle has tried to be responsible on this. It's not somebody just gone out and slapped together a proposal. He tells me that every single one of his adjacent property owners will sign off in favor of this. We have the petitions that he has gotten. He's done the noise study. We have no objection to changing the application to make it a motocross training and practice facility as opposed to motorsports facility. I do have a couple of points to correct about the record that was represented to you. The conditions were never actually recommended. There were some changes to the conditions that the that the planning board looked at. Principal change was a 100-foot buffer. They took that out. They said that they would consider what was appropriate for the use and the circumstance. Let's suppose you had a bumper car racetrack, bumper cars like you see at the circus or the fair. You don't need a 100-foot buffer around that, and you may not need a 100-foot buffer. And if you do put a 100-foot buffer on this, you're going to require so much land that it'll be impractical. Those conditions, and I was told by Mr. Josh this afternoon that the only thing that was before you was the application we made, which was to make it conditional use in the CEMP or the CS district. And we're happy if somebody would want to change that to motors cross training facility. We just want the application, the possibility of going to the Board of Adjustment with this proposal for this piece of land, with this noise study, and any conditions that they want in Swannanoa. And they may not pass it. If you put a 100-foot buffer on there, it's deader than a doornail. We don't think maybe an 8-foot buffer is all that's needed for this piece of property. So if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them. We've been going at this for 3 months. It's taken a very long time. And in the meantime, people have been driving to Chesney, South Carolina to practice for their kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sneed. Okay, let's hear from public. I think the gentleman in the coat and tie was next, and then the lady, and then the man with the bow tie. Oh, you're up. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. If you'll give your name and where you live.
Dean Pistor. Thanks, Chairman Grant. I'm a commercial and residential real estate broker here in town for about 20 years or so now. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what I think is going to happen if you change this commercial services zoning. First of all, the zoning was established by your commission not but a few years ago. And I think it was appropriately put on these commercial services areas. Very limited amount of areas can we have a good corridor like Highway 70, center turn lane, good access to I-40 in Black Mountain and in Swannanoa. And these areas are really precious to our county and to our region. I want you to understand that by changing that and making it less desirable for business owners to buy property in these areas, to create new jobs in these areas, it is going to be detrimental to all of us, our kids included. You don't want to create noise nuisances in areas where you've already established good growth for employment and good growth for community services. I do want to point out a couple of other things. We're not just talking about Swannanoa here. It used to be called Swanna-Nowhere. Most of you know that. We call it Swanna-Somewhere now. And it's Swanna-Somewhere because it has a lot of opportunity. And that opportunity can be dampened if you add a whole bunch of decimals you're going to hear about in noise. I know if I wanted to open a new business out there, be it a community services operation or an employment operation, I would go out there and listen to the nuisances that are going to be caused around that tract of property. Yes, we have a train track. That's noticeable. We have a highway. We have a 5-lane road. All those are good for commercial services. All those are good for employment. I don't think those help a racetrack. I don't think those help motorcyclists. You can drive to Chesney, South Carolina and probably go down 17 dirt roads to get there, and they'll still go there. We don't need it on our commercial services corridors. It's just important to reserve that area, and y'all did a good job getting it there. Don't give it up. It's important. It's important for our county. I want to talk a little bit about disclosures. As a commercial broker and a residential broker, there's disclosures that I have to give out to all the consumers. One of them is noise. If you live near the Asheville Airport, I've got to tell you that there's a possibility you may hear a very loud plane once in a while. If you live next to a racetrack, by golly, I've got to tell you that it's going to be noisy there. And if you're going to have a home there, apartment building there, an employment opportunity there, if your employers are going to have an outside area to go smoke, we can't smoke in the county anymore, thank God. But now you're going to go outside. Do they want to be next to a racetrack while they're out there on their smoke break? Probably not. Good for the employer because now they don't have to let them go out there very often. But not an enjoyable place to be. So think about that when you think about opportunities you've already put in place in this county for employment growth and commercial services. Noise will prevent growth. Noise will prevent me from buying property and creating jobs. I want to thank you for what you do and keep doing a good job.
Thank you, Dean. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Steffi Roush, and I live in Lytle Cove of Swannanoa, no further than a quarter mile from the previous track. Today, while hearing arguments about whether motorsports facilities should be allowed in employment or commercial zones, I hope you are listening first and foremost to why the motorsports community needs these zones opened up to them versus the existing open use zone, which offers them 62% available space in the whole county. It just doesn't make sense why a place to run their track cannot be found. Why are we even considering this amendment if this basic question has not been answered or discussed? The Planning Board's own staff recommended against this amendment because of the 62% statistic they quoted, and we believe it is the single reason that you should withhold from approving today. I also believe you should only change the existing laws when a true need exists to do so. Then, if this question is answered, I would like to know what reasons there are for overriding someone's right to live in peace and protect their business or residential property values in the nearby areas versus someone's want to play a sport. If they talk about running this like a professional business, then what hours will they abide by? What noise levels would be sufficient? What dust levels will be okay? And how will this all be regulated or enforced? These were the main problems we saw in Lytle Cove, of which we spent $10 grand in court to just compromise with a consent judgment order because they were grandfathered into our residential area. This location quickly became a popular hotspot because they were the closest around. And when we limited their hours of operation to 11 hours, not 9, dust and number of bikes running at one time, they never came back. How can all these main problems be summed up in one small, very general stated sentence, 14H of the proposed amendment with the words, shall be evaluated and shall be compatible and in harmony with surrounding properties? What does that mean? What standards are those? And in 14D it says landowners who aren't adjacent but still nearby? Are the sheriff and planning board staff ready to deal with the number of complaints as many other counties before you have? Also, I would like to make known why you are only hearing from a few Swannanoans who are against this amendment versus those from around the county as a whole. The reason is because people don't truly understand what it is like to live by a motorsports facility until it is too late. We in Swannanoa already know very well what it is like and want to make known the reality of how sound traveled further than just 100 feet of tree buffers as far as 4 miles to the top of Lytle Cove and Alpine Mountain. And most importantly, how those in the closest surrounding areas could no longer sell or rent their houses because of the motocross park. It is a very sad day when you find out that you don't want to live by something, but you can't move away either. With that said, we have compassion for the motorsports community's need to find a place to run their track, but we don't believe it should override the rights of the surrounding community to live in peace and protect their land values.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rouse. Yes, sir. I think the gentleman in the green and then the gentleman in the black shirt. And then, young lady, you can go up there. Go ahead.
Chairman Gant, honorable commissioners, I'm E.K. Morley, M-O-R-L-E-Y. I'm an attorney who's practiced 30 years in Hendersonville, where I live. I have a secondary residence in Buncombe County, up Lytle Cove, in the Alpine development. I have 17 acres there. I platted that into, I believe, 7 tracts, or roughly 2.5 acres each, which I hope to sell in the future. I've got a lot to lose. If this amendment is allowed, since I'm soundly convinced that the proposed operation will be nothing but a continuing private nuisance. That term, private nuisance, is probably best described by the North Carolina leading case on the subject, Watts versus PAMA, PAMA Manufacturing. That's a 1962 Supreme Court case, which in one paragraph tells what we're here for tonight. And I'm going to read this. This is from Watt's case. The precise limits of one's right to do as he pleases with his own property are difficult to define. The use must be reasonable one, and the right implies and is subject to a like right in every other person. One cannot use his property so as to cause physical invasion of another person's property or unreasonably to deprive him of the lawful use and enjoyment of the same, or so as to create a nuisance to adjoining property owners. And any unreasonable use which produces material injury or great annoyance to others, or unreasonably interferes with their lawful use and enjoyment of their property, is a nuisance which render him liable for the consequent damages. The site to that is 124 Southeast 2nd, 809. If you do not deny this amendment, in my opinion, there will be many Buncombe County citizens, many employees of Buncombe County companies and institutions who will be grossly adversely affected through physical and economic injury. And the only recourse is expensive litigation. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Morley. Yes, sir.
My name is Sid Blake, and I'm a local realtor. And I want to start out by saying I believe that the planning department and the Planning and Zoning Board used great wisdom when they examined this matter to deny the conditional use within the EMP and CS district. My concern is for the people who own property that will be anywhere near a motor sports facility or something like that. It will adversely affect their lives and their businesses, and certainly the property values. And that's what I'm most concerned about, in all honesty, when these folks whom I've had past clients buy property through me in the area, when they go to sell their property. I've had a call by a couple that says, how is that going to affect my property value if this passes, or if they allow a motorsports facility? I told them it will directly affect them, and it'll be in a very negative way. It'll have a negative impact on all the property in that area. And that's my big concern. And once again, since it's such a large part of the county, I heard 80%, I believe, earlier, that is already available, that could be used as a condition. I believe it's the OU district. It just seems to me unreasonable to take the most populous area of the county that is growing and expanding and starting to really produce, to take that and destroy it by allowing this conditional use within this very populous area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Yes, sir. Black shirt, and then the lady, and then the young man, and yeah. Let's just let's give it to county manager here. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks, sir.
My name is R.J. Delvecchio. I own property in Lytle Cove Road, which was immediately adjacent to the former running track. So I have the most experience of anyone of what it's like to live next to one of those. I also happen to be a chemical engineer and a consulting engineer. So I looked into this with some depth, and I think I'm going to ask you for an extra minute or two just in case, because I need to rebut some of the stuff the distinguished attorney said in his extra time.
You have 8 people. I think I gave your attorney 10 minutes. I'm going to leave you at 3, but that time doesn't count, but I think we'll be fair to everybody and give everybody 3.
All right, I'm going to try to...
You can leave any written material. We'll
I've done that. Look, the bottom line is this. You have to understand...
Go ahead and start. Don't take that time away from him, because I didn't... I'll give you 3 full minutes.
Okay, thank you. You have to understand noise. Noise isn't just noise. This thing in my pocket is, guess what? It measures sounds, a decibel meter. And I've spent time doing the same thing that the attorney said was done. In this room, we're at about 60 decibels, conversational stuff. The decibel meter goes, it's a system that's logarithmic, which means every 10 decibels means that the amplitude goes up by a factor of 3.2. 20 decibels means 10 times as much. So when you go from 60 to 80, that's 10 times as much. I went down and listened to the trucks going by Route 70. They go by one at a time. They raise it to 75. Regular traffic is 60 to 65, depending on how many cars are there, okay? The trucks are infrequent. What's interesting about a motocross facility is that you have unrelenting sound from a number of machines that are all at 90 decibels and above. Someone said that the regulation is that they run at 90. That's true. 94 decibels is the regular sound of a humming motocross engine. It's not what they sound like when they're screaming through the air and they go to max revs. At that point, they can go to 130 decibels, okay? So the amount of noise you have is tremendous, and it's high-pitch noise. High-pitch noise carries much further than low-pitch noise. That's why you can live not that far from a highway and you don't hear much because there's a low-pitch hum. The same distance from motocross, and you will hear that screaming, and it goes up and down as they go up and down the track. And you hear it round, 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 round. It's unceasing. You have a whole bunch of bikes. It's noise that measures out at 120 decibels all the time. I know I lived there. People, when this came up, we had 80 people sign a petition when I found out what happened. We had bought the property, and they started the track after we bought it. 80 people signed a petition immediately about it, so there's plenty of people who know what it's like and don't want it. People signed a petition who were 1.5 miles up the mountain. Motor crack noise is a very special kind of noise. It's unrelenting, it's high-pitched, it's extremely irritating, and that's why when they said they want to negotiate, we said, okay, we'll give you a limited time in the afternoon so you won't blow dinner for everybody, you won't blow Sunday. And they said, gee, we need all the time in the world. We gave them all day Saturday and 2 afternoons a week. And they said all day Saturday and 2 afternoons a week is not enough for practice. How much time do you need for practice? What they were really running at the last track was races all the time, which is great. It's a lot of fun. But that's when you have 6, 8 bikes out there, plus some of the 4-wheel carts that didn't have mufflers. They were way over 120 decibels. This thing is really different. It's not the same kind of noise we're thinking of, and you need to understand that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Let's see. Yes, ma'am. And then the young man. And oh, I'm sorry. You know.
I want to go sometime here.
It's my turn.
Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thanks for having us today. My name is Sophia Papadopoulos. I am resident of Swannanoa. This topic actually is not supposed to be specific to the site out in Swannanoa. This is actually a request to change a county-wide law, so I would like everybody here to stay on task. We cannot make allowances in county-wide zoning laws to suit the needs of a few. The impact will be detrimental. Why should the county change its current zoning? Why should established businesses and adjacent residential neighborhoods be forced to deal with the nuisances caused by such facilities when the majority of Buncombe County is already deemed open use? When the planning department was asked just how much land is already available for possible motorsports facility locations, their response was, and I quote, "After looking at the total amount of land currently within Buncombe County's jurisdiction zone open use and removing any parcels that we know to be publicly held, it appears that 62% of the total county zoning area will be potentially developable for motorsports facilities." Not only was this the planning staff's response, but also a large basis for the planning board's negative recommendation to pass this amendment. We have heard many times in this process that there are no parcels available and that it's hard to find lots in open use zones and that they just can't find anything that's fit for these facilities. So, interestingly enough, I asked the real estate agent to do a quick search for potential sites that were in current open use zones. It took no more than a few minutes, and I came up with at least 10 potential sites. Y'all are welcome to have a look at them that are all in open use and all fit all the conditions, which there aren't really any conditions if they put it in open use, so it might be easier. In addition, we keep hearing about how a motocross track will bring business and jobs to our area. I beg to differ. First of all, this particular track will be likely family and friends operated and supposedly, according to their Facebook page, will only be a practice track with no events being held there. I don't see practice tracks bringing in a lot of income. There are plenty of issues. One of them is property value. Most open use acreage in Buncombe County is about $12,000 an acre, whereas employment and business districts average about $100,000 per acre. Once you allow motorsports facilities to be built next to another business, property value immediately decreases. This is a fact. Property values are assessed for various reasons, one being property tax. The argument that a motorsports facility will generate more income for the county is negated by the fact that all adjacent and surrounding lots will be a loss for the county as far as property taxes are concerned, not to mention that these said businesses will likely experience a loss in revenue as well. The lot that hosts the motorsports facility will also incur a loss of potential income by not selling it to a business that generates more income. It makes no sense to use property that has economic advantage for the county when 62% of the county is already available.
Okay, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir, young man.
My name is Garen Wilson, and I race motocross, and so I would like to say that anything's possible because, like, with the dust, and there's solutions to that. There's water. You can water that down to keep dust, and all that, and when I go to practice and stuff, I go at least, there's a place out in Greeneville, Tennessee, and it's an hour and maybe 45 minutes away, and it gets tiring to load up everything and go down there early in the morning when there needs to be somewhere around here that's maybe 30 minutes away. And I mean, I pay $20 to practice, and it's fun, and there's a lot of people around here that support it. I have like a lot of friends that ride, and they race, and some that have their own tracks, and just I'd like to get that out, that there's a lot of people that back me up and back the sport up around here. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Yes, sir. I guess you're next. And then just go in order.
Yes, sir. My name is Christopher Pulliam, and unlike most of these people that have opposition to this motocross track, I was born and raised here. I've lived here my whole life. My grandmother lives here, 99, still here, my parents. I was fortunate enough to get to experience that area they're talking about in racing in 1979, and some of my friends are here. It was awesome. These people that's complaining about it wasn't here in 1979. I've never been to a council meeting before, but I'm tired of people moving into this area and trying to ruin things for the locals. I've got a child back there on the floor asleep. I'm here for the kids, not for the wallet. There's lots of kids out here, and they enjoy doing it. My kid doesn't. Maybe he'll want to one day. I've got grandkids coming along, and I'd like for them to have a safe, fun place to enjoy. And I think we as adults need to be big and let the kids enjoy their life while they've got it. Have a nice, safe place to go. They're not near houses where they're proposing to be. It's away from Lytle Cove. And just let the kids enjoy it. I mean, most everyone here has kids. To me, it's the issues with the children, not with the wallet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pulliam. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lee Cathy. I'm a Swannanoa Valley business owner. My husband and I own Blue Ridge Slot Car Dragways. We are adjacent to this proposed facility. We support this for the youth of the Swannanoa Valley. I know there is some opposition as far as noise and the mention of the previous track in 1979. However, motorcycles have come a long way since that period of time, and we need to give this opportunity, this chance for our children to learn to ride safely. Just recently in Buncombe County, we had a young man lose his life way too early because he was riding an ATV out on a public county road and lost his life. We owe it to these children to have a place where they can safely learn this sport. And when they decide to get out on the open road, they have learned safe practices from their parents and from people that can teach them safely. I also look at this as a very good opportunity for the Swannanoa Valley. I see it as an opportunity for people to come and visit our valley. I see it as an opportunity for restaurants, my business included, to gain from this. We can only gain from properly educating our children in motorcycle safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kathy. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Annie McDonald. I'm a resident of Swannanoa in a trailer park on Old 70, and I have a professional background in planning and zoning. Even if you limit the type of motorsports facility to which this could apply, the language in the proposed amendments is dangerously vague and does not enable the Board of Adjustment to evaluate the potential adverse impacts on health, safety, and welfare of those in the surrounding properties and area. Here are a few examples. And I'd like to preface this by saying the zoning administrator said that buffers would be required. That is not the case. The language in the proposed amendments states, depending on the size, scope, and nature of the proposed facility and the reasonable requests of adjacent property owners, the Board of Adjustment may require buffering. But there's no language in those proposed amendments for the Board of Adjustment to evaluate the impact of the facility's size, scope, or nature, whatever those may be. The ordinance states the facility shall maintain adequate parking for all events. There is no provision in there for determining the adequate parking for a facility such as this. It states the hours of operation, signs, and exterior lighting shall be evaluated for economic noise, vibration, glare, dust, and odor effects, and shall be compatible with and in harmony with surrounding properties. There's no way to evaluate the impact of the hours of operation and lighting. By the way, there's another section of the zoning ordinance that deals with sports fields that permits lighting up to 80 feet tall. Does that apply in this case? There's no cross-referencing to other sections of the zoning ordinance. Regarding buffering, the amendments states in appropriate cases, buffering may be waived by adjacent landowners. What is an appropriate case? And as I understand zoning, adjacent landowners do not have the right or authority to waive buffering. Besides, the adverse impacts and need for buffering of motorsports facilities go beyond adjacent properties. Finally, there is absolutely no discussion of whether and under what under what conditions something like alcohol sales might be allowed at a motorsports facility, or the number of recreational vehicles that might be permitted on site. This is not about this specific facility that the applicant desires to install. It is about all motorsports facilities county-wide. I understand the urgency with which staff may have had to compile this county-wide language, but it is wholly inadequate to facilitate the Board of Adjustment's quasi-judicial evaluation of these projects.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Let's see, I believe you're next, sir, in the corner. Orange shirt.
My name's Houston Sullivan. Hearing a lot about the Lido Cove track out there. I opened up the Sullivan Motocross training facility there. I've familiar with most faces here. I just want everybody to know the reason that we're not holding events and stuff. We went through court to do that, and yes, we're allotted times and days and stuff that we can do on the track. The only reason I haven't been doing something is because we went elsewhere. We went down the road. Stacy's went out on his own. He's tried to find something to accommodate everybody. Okay, so we moved down a little bit louder place. One of the reasons I was a little aggravated, everybody keeps bad-mouthing the Lido Cove track. I don't know of one event that Mr. Duncan's police force had to be there the whole time that I was managing the facility. There's nothing at this time stopping me whatsoever from going out there and opening the doors and the gates back up and picking right back up where I left off. And I'm thinking seriously on doing that. This will tell the difference here if I still have to take it back in the community, or do I need to go along with Stacy and them and get it out of there. A couple of things that was going on at the track, a little aggravating to me, the money, expense, machine, diesel time, and everything we do to make this thing safe for these kids. It's a serious thing. My son doesn't play football. He don't play basketball. My son races motocross. He finished first in the C class last year, and he's been up finishing first in the last few years, as well as all these other boys that we're representing. They need somewhere to practice. What aggravated me a little bit, there was one gentleman, Mr. Delvecchio, and I, we had a lot of conversation, and the thing about Lytle Cove is I'm not sure what was going on there before I came, or people riding without mufflers. None of that stuff happened while it was under my management. I will say that, but the only thing that does aggravate me a little bit was when I was out there working on my equipment and stuff, is a lady, I'm not going to mention no names or point fingers, but she comes down and continues to harass me and threaten me. My porta-johns were being turned over upside down. I had TV screens busted out on the track, that kind of stuff. So if we're going to be professional, let's be it and leave the kids out of this, or, you know, as far as the getting hurt and that kind of stuff, and let us build somewhere for these kids to learn to ride these things, and it's going to save a lot of lives in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Yes, sir, in the corner.
All right, here we go. I'm Joseph, and I don't have any facts for you or anything, but I did go through a certain type of situation like this before when I was a little kid. We had a track, Mountain Home, out there in Hendersonville, and it, of course, got shut down because it was bothering some lady's chickens, and that's just ridiculous because we were beside a factory, like a big factory. The track was literally right beside it, so there was noise all the time, and I just kind of want to stand up here because I'm 18 years old now. I've been racing since I was 5 years old. I have scars. I have, you know, I got beat up this last weekend at a practice track, but that's the riding of it. And we have little kids there like Caden and Sydney who are, you know, just little kids like I was, trying to ride their motorcycles. They enjoy what they do. I've come up through the ranks. I just turned amateur pro, which is pretty close to pro, and it's taken longer than expected because we haven't had a place to ride. We have to go an hour and a half away, and it's just not right. I mean, I know I've lived in Henderson County for the majority of my life, and it's just not for the kids. And I can understand certain places that should be and shouldn't be, but it's not going to be ridiculous. And if we are riding during the week, it's not like a kid rides in the dark. We don't need to ride and practice in the dark. We normally ride maybe from 12 to 3 or 4 o'clock. It doesn't take that long. Normally those people will be at work, so it won't bother most people. And I just want to stand up here to try to get this approved for the kids like I was when I got shut down. It kind of sucked. I mean, I went from riding every day to sitting on the couch watching SpongeBob. So, I mean, it's a big thing for the kids. It's a family thing. Your mom, your dad, your sister, your brothers, whoever comes out with you to the track, and it's just kind of a family sport, and it is a sport. It's a professional sport. They have it on TV. They do all that, and I don't know. I just hope y'all give us the chance that we didn't get when we were little kids, so these new kids can have that chance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ditmore?
I'm Alan Ditmore of Leicester. I'm against zoning, and so I'd be inconsistent if I didn't support this. But I'm against zoning for very different reasons, primarily affordable housing. And I didn't think I really had a dog in this fight until the opposition brought up housing values. Because, of course, value is the opposite of affordability. And they're saying they can't rent their houses when there's thousands of people in this county who will gladly rent any house that's warm and dry and they can legally live in. You know, there's people with full-time jobs living in the shelters and even living in tents. who will gladly rent any legal residence, and who would be overjoyed to hear motorcycles from their warm bed in the morning. Another point I'd like to make is out in Leicester, there's a lot of dirt bikes. It's dirt bike country. I've never complained. I've noticed that the smaller engine sound doesn't carry. It may be loud when you're standing right next to it, but 100 yards, 200 yards out in the brush, it doesn't carry the way a truck or a locomotive carries. I can hear the locomotives coming down the French Broad a mile away, but I can't hear. Often there can be dirt bikes on my property, and I can't hear them. And my only concern ever about them has been erosion. Has never been dust. Has never been noise. And I do live there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ditmore. Yes, sir. And then Mr. Yelton, and then James.
My name is Richard Hubble. Excuse me, and I represent the Cliffs at High Carolina, the owners of the Cliffs at High Carolina. And the people I work for have invested millions of dollars in Buncombe County and in High Carolina and Walnut Cove. And with that, the values of that property, that they also pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in property taxes every year, which we feel like is a huge benefit to the kids, to maybe more kids than would be benefited by this amendment of this track if it happened. And we just wanted to express our opinion that we believe that if this ordinance revision passes, that it will hugely negatively impact our property values. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubble. Mr. Yelton.
Thank you.
Welcome to the world of zoning. Previous board voted in, and now you're suffering the consequences. Right off the bat, 4-4 decision is defined as being against. Huh? Last time I checked, 4-4 is a tie. So it's your definitions you're using in your process. Furthermore, you can't do an exception for one location based upon the geography. Now, I'm not a planner, thank God, but I do have 2 degrees in nature, and I am totally against one law fits all. I think your problem is in your ordinance. You should be able to look at this as a site-specific. What's there, what's around it, what's going to happen, how long it's going to be used, what are the requirements. But your own law has got your hands tied. As far as racing is concerned, I can remember when we had the Asheville-Buncombe racetrack. Lee Petty and the old boys, you know the guys out there, Mike, the daddies of the NASCAR. They'd create enough smoke that you could see that old red dirt for miles away. Cars would block the highway, but man, it generated income. We had a racetrack on Asheville. And places like New York's were spending millions of dollars to get racetracks. But people like the Biltmore and the high-dollar real estate junkies didn't want those cars going room, room, room down on the river. How many of you been to Bristol? There's folks in Bristol that rent their houses out and live off of it all year long. Talk about money, it's a money maker. Look at the positives, not the negatives. The real estate agents have ruined Buncombe County anyway. Because in their taxes, guess what happened? All that stuff over at the Cliffs and all those $1 million homes went down in value. And those poor little old homes went up in value because that's what people want. And you had somebody come up here and talk about a decimal meter. Sheriff Duncan can tell you what a decimal meter will do for you. If it ain't standardized, it's not worth the crap. And if you use it to arrest somebody or shut somebody down, they're going to get an expert that says it's not standardized. They're going to get an expert that says it's standardized, and guess who makes money? The people you've seen up here running their mouth, the lawyers. And nothing knows what's going on. So I suggest you look at your bill, you look at the specifics, and you do the right thing. You start looking at that area, not the whole county. And then you can make the proper decision. Until you do that, you're just whistling Dixie and creating a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yelton. Jane? Hey, you're up. Go ahead, Jane. Okay. Y'all decide.
Hello, I am Kimberly Beasley. My son is a motor race cross racer. And the key word to Stacy Ogle's facility is training facility, not a noise facility like some people would like to think it's going to be. If any noise is going to be heard, it'll be one or two less kids off the street doing drugs, drinking, any other kind of violent crime. But they are also out of their house, occupying their time and interest learning the concept of riding a motorcycle and riding safety. It will motivate them into doing some physical activity, riding their own motorcycle in the dirt, and they can be in control. No Xbox game, no video game can compare to this. They will not only be learning how to ride and ride safely, it will also build their self-confidence, encourage them to do their best, help them focus with endurance and and to be competitive along with building healthy social skills. And I have a copy here. Y'all can have a copy. I've got some here. The Black Mountain Home for Children that is right across the hill from us. They have got a program called the National Youth Project Using Mini Bike Program. It's begun in 1969 as I can't even speak here, and encourage the youth to promote positive and youth development. It says it also uses mini bike lessons as an incentive motivating youth to make positive changes in their lives and a healthy peer relationship and positive adult roles. It also has proven and highly effective helping youth who have challenges and other behavior and helped in academic performances. My child was diagnosed with ADD at age 5. He is now in college now. He was on medication. He is now off medication as of the beginning of high school. Stacy Ogle has the equipment to abide by the dust, by the noise. He is in control of that. We need our kids off the street. These guns are going crazy. These kids are getting guns. They need something to occupy their time that's not violent. This is enjoyable. It's a family sport. That's really the basic thing. It's a family sport. The county can abide with it. It'll bring in money. You got restaurants here. You got KOA down the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beasley. Yes, ma'am. Jane? I think Jane's up next. Jane, you want? Okay, you're gonna. Okay, go
Thank
ahead.
you. My name is Richard Harshaw. I'm a local realtor, and I also work with the community college on motorcycle training. And what we're able to do there, to talk about it very briefly, is we bring folks in. A lot of them have never been on a motorcycle before, and within a matter of 2 or 3 days, they're able to ride, operate the control safety, and know what they need to do on and off the highway, and know what their training equipment and their safety equipment is and how to use it. Now, the only way that we can be successful with that is to train them in what we call a controlled environment, which means a parking lot with no poles, no cars, nobody walking through, and nobody disturbing our training. And this would be, as we see it, another area where we could bring folks in, both young and old. They can train them. It would be under a controlled environment, and also the folks that may need a little bit of practice, they can get out on the track and do some practicing. So when they get out on the highway, they won't be danger to themselves and other people. And it's very definitely we need to think of the safety aspect of the long-term safety of this too in motorcycle riding. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herzog. Next. Go on again. Mr. Rice, you can go next after him.
Get rotated. Good afternoon. It's always an honor to be before the commissioners. My name is Larry Pearson. I'm a resident of Swannanoa. I've worked within about 1,200 to 1,400 feet of where this proposed facility would be for about 25 years. I'm used to sounds and ambient stuff around the area. What really, when this came up after the last planning meeting, is when I, actually really had some concerns about it. How would it fit into the community? So I called Mr. Ogle and asked him to meet with me so I could ask him questions and find out some more detail. He came that afternoon. We met at a location. I asked questions about noise, about dust, about all these issues. And where I'm going with this is that this is the broad counties of talk with the planning department, with the entire county for this open use or not. But this is a case of a site-specific location that would work for this in that conditional use. Now, when I went to the thing, I had concerns about it. I actually asked for a third party, requested that a third party actually go to these locations. I don't ride motocross. I don't own a motorcycle. But I asked, I said, at least it was a musician with a decibel meter. That's a third party, not interested in it at all. And some of these locations, even ones where the bikes couldn't even be heard at all, not just that there was not a decibel reading. The makeup of this location with the berm around this location, to the west of this proposed facility is a propane storage facility that's owned by 3 propane companies, and it's been there for years. On the other side is Barry's Farm and Garden Center. Herbicides, you've got hay bales. On the other side of a 5-lane highway is cross ties, tractor trailer things, farm parts, things like that on the other side. Even just in the last week, several people from Swannanoa might even notice driving by that they were burning off propane, one of the propane tanks where you've got flames shooting 15 feet up in the air. This location on each side of that property, railroad on the south, propane facility to the west, farm and garden center to the other side, and all this is surrounded by stuff. It's not residential. Over 25 years of working near that location, you don't hear stuff from that location from where I work and a lot of other locations. It's unique. And I think that it is just to look at, when we look at the entire picture of the land that's involved, there are case-specific things that are used that are not going to inhibit on people's rights and cause disturbances, stuff like that with it. I think that I also have that part with me where I have 3 boys. I would like some competition with Xbox and PlayStation 3 would be kind of nice. There's a lot of sports around. And I think Buncombe County and Asheville in general has embraced a diverse community. And a diverse community means everybody. And a diverse community needs diverse interests. A hike and all those other things. And I think we need to include this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I work with special needs children for 25 years, and most of the kids that I work with, they need these kinds of activities in order to thrive and to do good in school and to do the things that they need to do at home. They need this kind of activity. Not necessarily motorcycles, but if it's a motorcycle, it should be a motorcycle. Now, our big realtors, all these big folks that's got their neckties on besides me, but, important people, I would propose to them that if they've got any real estate whatsoever, that a sheriff goes by with his siren on or an EMS goes by with a siren on, they should not sell that property to nobody. That's too dadgum much noise. Did you get that? Now, the other thing that I'd propose is a more serious one, I guess. Down at the racetrack, the training center on your landfill, if you can't put this where they want it, at least on your training facility where you're going to have a bunch of racket anyway, put you a track down there because you got plenty of land down there. And the last thing I'm going to propose, if you're going to raise my taxes 3.5 cents on Parks and Rec, you better find a place to put it. Thank you.
Any other public comment tonight? James?
My name is Jane Conley Hansel. I'd like to refer to the Swannanoa Valley. That's where I was born and raised, and I think probably I have more seasons under my belt than many of you in here. I will say the same thing as I said before the planning board. We in Swannanoa can face issues, and we may have disagreements, but we don't have to be disagreeable. This is not any sort of proposal to deny these young'uns anything. I spend a lot of time this summer trying to feed the hungry children of Buncombe County. Secondly is, this is not denying you folks who are really inspired by this to find a place for it. The only thing that you all are faced with, if you change or modify the code of Buncombe County zoning law, it affects all of Buncombe County. So it's not necessarily the what, it's the where. And with that, that's why representation and looking and so forth and so on is important. You've heard the noise, you've heard the land issue, you've heard the specifics, but what I'm saying is I'll still respect those who have spoken, those who have not, the sheriff and everybody, because we're in Swannanoa. If it's not located there, then let's get it somewhere else that it can be used by all, and that's open zoning, which does not necessarily mean you have to change the guidelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hansel. Yes, sir.
My name is Kevin Toops, and I've been a resident of Swannanoa for 36 years. I've worked on that corridor a half a mile down the road for 20 of those years. My boss man owns a lot of the property up and down through that area, and the area, we have found the spot for it. The problem with the spot is the way that it is zoned. This piece of property is going to fit into the fabric of the community great, because we're not in Lytle Cove beside of these folks' houses making noise. We're off on the highway where Bob Ingalls makes $1 billion, ever know how much, and he can make noise, but now our business can't make noise because it's not zoned for that. Is his business zoned for noise? Okay. My point exactly. There goes back to the money part of it. These people are worried about they're not renting their houses. The reason they're not renting their house in Lytle Cove is because Lytle Cove, and I live in Lytle Cove, is the sore thumb of Swannanoa community. And it's not because of a dirt bike track. It's because of drugs and prostitution and low-income housing there. And what people have done has went up on the mountain and put them a development up there and said, hey, we're going to dictate what these poor people down here get to do. Okay? And so what they're doing, the reason they can't rent their house is not because there's dirt bikes running, because I live there. It's because I-40 runs by there and Jake brakes stop and go every single day, just like a dirt bike does that. Okay? I feel like my kid has a right to ride his dirt bike, and I don't feel like I should have to go broke traveling for him to do that. Where this piece of property is, they say there's 62% of the county that's zoned for this. Okay, well, we don't live in Nevada in the Sahara Desert where everything is flat. We live in the mountains. Thank God we live in the mountains. You know, we don't want to put kids up in the woods where there's tree limbs hanging out that they can get hurt on. They can wreck their motorcycle and a stick go through them. We want to give them a controlled space that is safe for our children. And this piece of property, ever be how it's zoned, is the perfect spot for it. And if you commissioners would come out, I will walk you around the property. It's an old dump, so you can't build a building on it. Nope. You're not going to make a ton of money on real estate without a building. I know people that's a mortgage broker, president for this area, and guess what? You don't make money really unless there's a home on it. That's where you make your money. Just like the contractors that build houses, they make their money because they finished a house, and this is what it's worth now. It's not because there was a dirt bike track a mile and a half down the road where there ain't any houses. If that was the case, we shouldn't have let the cliffs blast and ride helicopters over trying to make their $1 million on their home sites. And what we got left with was a bunch of kudzu growing up over buildings in Fairview. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooth. Big Pen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Doug Thigpen. I'm a resident of Swannanoa, and I'm appearing in that capacity and not any professional capacity. Also will gladden your hearts by telling you I'm not going to attempt to imitate any motor vehicle while I'm up here. What I do want to talk about is noise. You know, there's ambient noise everywhere. There's noise of the railroad. There's noise of Mr. Engel's trucks. But, you know, Mr. Engel is on the public highways. There's no way to legally stop that. He can use the public highways. And also, you know, there's quite a difference between moving to the nuisance and a nuisance that already existed while you were there. Now, I don't see anybody here that I think is older than the railroad. So the railroad was here and we all moved to that noise. So it doesn't mean, however, that we've got to put up with another source of noise that wasn't there before. One of our speakers before said that everybody should be able to do with their property anything they want to do. And of course, we all know that chaos would result from that. You can't do anything with your property that you want to do. That's why there are no liquor stores next to schools. That's why there's no quarries in residential neighborhoods. And that's why there are no bars next to churches. It's because we all, as a society, try to control where things go so as not to impose their any sort of imposition of an intrusive use on your quality of life. Nobody wants that, and I think that you're finding out that people fight this like fury and that there's a reason. I also want to point out to you that the professional staff that deals with this has said, heck no, we don't want to do this. So, and I think it's way overbroad. It's allowing too many places. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Thigpen. Yes, sir.
My name is Ryan Beasley, and first off, I'm just a big kid myself, and a lot of these kids I see in here, I've seen them grow up. I've hauled them to these places till they got old enough to where they can haul me around now, but it's a family thing. And to get on the track where we're talking about, there is a bar beside the church. There is a quarry in a residential area. And I mean, I don't understand why people have to overlook these kids. My son will be 21 years old in September. He's been doing this since he's 5, and I hear these kids, a lot of these kids in here, I mean quite a few of them, I hear them say, well, such and such is having a party this weekend, you know, party, party, party. And that's what all our kids do today is drugs and party, run around, get guns, shoot people, blow things up, you know. I mean, look at Boston. 2 kids. I mean, I know they wasn't from here, but 2 kids. Not once have any of these kids have I ever heard say, I don't want to go riding tomorrow. I want to go partying. I want to go drinking. I want to go drive drunk. I want to go rob something. You know, I want to go vandalize something. You know, my son, I paid for all his stuff till he turned 18 years old. When he turned 18 years old, he gave up a football scholarship to go to AB Tech to become a diesel mechanic. From that day on, I stopped paying for his stuff. He starts paying for his own stuff, not because he had to, because he wants to. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beasley. Any other public comment tonight? Yes, sir.
Hey, my name's Todd Hurst, Swannanoa resident, past 10 years, Buncombe County resident my whole life. I very much support this. Also, I challenge you to look at the conditional use permit, see how many has been passed since it's been started, and the zoning part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Yes, sir.
My name is Ron Hillebrand, and I live in Swannanoa. Just want to recap a few things I've heard tonight. This zoning issue is not about the kids. This zoning issue maybe is about adult kids, but the property they're talking about at 2565 US 70 used to be where mobile homes were sold. Not there anymore. It's 3.41 acres. That's very small. Very small. It is in a commercial service area, granted. The closest employee area to there is a good mile or mile and a half. So why do they want to have it also conditional use in the employment area? I'm puzzled about that. Also, the lower B-Tree Village will be within definite listening distance of this facility, about 1,300 feet away, and it has 157 homes in it. You think those people are going to be happy to listen to that noise? I don't. Also, someone earlier said that this was a site-specific location. It is not a site-specific location. Again, this thing is about the whole county. Someone else said that this was a dump. It's not a dump. It's a flat level land right now, and it does have a building on it. It said it didn't have one. So, you know, what I guess I'm trying to say here is there's been a lot of things that have maybe been slightly bent or misrepresented, but again, the point is this is a county issue, and so drag strip could go up on Lester Highway, and something can go up out there in Fairview. I think it's a very slippery slope if you were to approve this, and I would really appreciate it if you don't. And also, I also believe that your zoning laws that you put in place were very fair, very well thought out, and I appreciate and laud you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hillebrand. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Joseph Dean. I am one of the big kids that he's referencing. I'm 32 years old. I'm a property owner in Buncombe County. I graduated from UNCA with a computer science degree. I would like to say, in defense to about the children, there is certainly an impact there. I have noticed several children. Well, first of all, let me back up. I traveled the entire East Coast running multiple series. I'm doing an entire national course. In the last 3 months, I've put about 11 or 12,000 miles on my truck going from Florida all the way up to Pennsylvania. And I have made a network with many children that really, really enjoy just getting to spend time with me. I'm considered a role model in their eyes, whereas to me, it's just I'm an average guy that works 5 days a week but likes to ride on the weekends. But I can certainly tell it changes some kids' lives. And also, in other ways, I've helped to try to set a good example for these kids is any of my old gear, because it doesn't last very long when you're using it every weekend. I donate, and I actually found a organization in Morganton that I donated all of my old gear to, and it is supports the children. I'm not exactly sure the name of it. I can't even remember. I've got the tax forms there to try to deduct that. But anyway, it certainly does have an impact. I can understand the opposition because nobody likes noise, but it certainly has been researched well, and I hope that you guys make a very well-informed decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Any other public comment tonight on the motor sports? Yes, sir. Just come on up. Got 3 seats.
My name is Dee Dee Stiles. I live in Lytle Cove, and I only have 2 short comments. One is about the buffers that may or may not be required. The space between where the track in Lytle Cove used to be and where my house is mostly forested, and not what you would consider open forest, like where you could just walk through it. But it used to be a pasture, so now it's mostly honeysuckle, multiflora rose, and bittersweet. So it's more dense than your average forest or line of trees. And while we were more than a half a mile from the track, you could hear it very plainly. The noise from the motocross bikes is very high-pitched and carries, and it's I actually like listening to the horn on the train, but because that's more of a low frequency noise, but the motorcycle noise is more of a high frequency noise. The other thing is that I want to make sure to make it clear that what's before the county commissioners today is not about that space in Swannanoa, but it's about all of the CS and EMP in Buncombe County. So while there might be some things in favor of that space in Swannanoa, to open it up to the whole county just to let that space be allowed for a motor sports facility, I don't think is a good idea for the county. The other thing is that as the motor sports facility is defined, that includes demolition derbies, race tracks, anything that's got a motor. And I think maybe what needs to happen is this needs to be revisited in a more specific form just for motocross and just for a certain specific space.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Stacy Ogle. I'm the one that opened up this can of worms. All righty. There's been a lot of homework done on this, and I went to Miss Berry and Rob Barrett to Rivertop Landscaping, and I said, this is what I'd like to do. If I don't have your blessings, I'm not going to go over there and pay my money and open this can of worms up. Okay. We had our sound levels checked. We've the data just stands for itself. But I guess the big issue, I'm here for the kids, of course, and everybody has said so. But I've got here where this is a landfill, and I would like to bring this up to the, can I bring this up to the board? And they're right, there was a mobile home place on it. All right, to my knowledge, for the past 3 years, the property is set vacant and it hasn't done anything. And I honestly don't see how that a 5-lane road behind you and the railroad in front of you is going to really impact somebody's property value when that document states what can and can be done on that piece as far as building. That's why it's made to use the top of the ground. So that was what I wanted to throw in there, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ogle. Any other public comment tonight?
My name is Mandy Davis. I am a resident of Swannanoa. Matter of fact, I'm a resident of Lytle Cove. I would first like to say that I live on Lytle Cove Road Extension. When the track was open, regardless of who the owner was, who the operator was, or how many bikes were there, I was maybe not even a quarter of a mile away from that Lytle Cove track and could not hear those bikes due to the fact that, excuse me?
Come on.
Really?
All right. Let's be
Excuse-
respectful. If you're not going to, we got to hear everybody. We want to hear everybody's comments,
Due
just
to
like
the
we heard
fact
yours. Go ahead and
that-
get your time. Go ahead and start our time over again. Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
The reason that I could not hear it was due to the fact of Buncombe County's terrain. When you live directly next to it and the terrain is level, then maybe, yes, you can hear it. I'm not saying you can't. But when you live maybe a quarter of a mile away and the terrain is up and down and hilly, no, you can't hear it because of the terrain. The proposed site that we're looking at is it's 1.1 miles away from the 300 block in Lytle Cove. You cannot hear these motorcycles. It says on our decibel reading, not heard. And it is at the end of Richmond Avenue, which is the lower Beacon Village. They were 63 decibels with the motocross training facility. It was not extremely loud. They could be heard, but they were only at 63 decibels. I would also like to say that the threshold of pain on a decibel reading is 130 decibels. If a dirt bike or a numerous amount of dirt bikes were 130 decibels, we would all be deaf right now. There's no way one dirt bike or even 20 dirt bikes is 130 decibels. That is the threshold of pain. Also, you guys probably don't know much about motocross, but these bikes, as they come in, they're categorized by rider ability, they're categorized by age and the cc's of the bike. My son is 5 years old. He rides a PW50. My lawnmower is louder than his bike. You can barely hear that bike. We go to the Ag Center, which is indoors, which makes things even louder because you're closed in, and there can be 15 bikes, PW50 bikes, on that track at one time, and you and I could sit here and have a normal conversation because they're not loud. Now, I'm not saying that all dirt bikes are quiet, but when there's the PW or the 50 riders who are out there for an hour of our allotted time, you can't even hear them standing next to them barely. It's not even as loud as your dirt bike. And, you know, when there's 10 to 15 dirt bikes out there that are 250 cc's and they're a D level rider, they're not going to be as loud and as their capability is not, because they don't have that skill, that level.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Any other public comment tonight? Any other public comment? Last call. Okay. Then I will call the public comment closed at 7:03. Is there a motion?
Chairman, again, I'd like to make a motion to deny the motion, to deny this request.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Frost. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner King. Is there any discussion or other amendments?
Yes. I had intended not to say a lot about this, but the more I thought about it, the Swannanoa Valley has been my home since 1995. And I know we're not talking about a specific piece of property on Route 70. We're talking about something countywide. But the Swannanoa Valley, and we see the representation tonight, it's a fiery group of people with tremendous backbone that deserve good things to happen to them. And I want, if I don't do anything else while being on this commission, I want to lead the charge for economic development in the Swannanoa Valley. I love the whole county, but my home is in Black Mountain, and I drive by this site every day practically. And I would ask my fellow commissioners to think how this is going to affect the whole county if we open this door. Because right now we're talking about a little place in Swannanoa. It could be in Candler. It could be anywhere. And there have been a lot of remarks about children. And I think in the broader picture, in the long run, the more we do to create great jobs, the more we do to create terrific parks and social activities for children, the better off we'll be. So that is why I'm making the motion to deny this.
I have a comment.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Fryer?
First thing, I was against zoning years ago. And second thing is we're trying to tell people, you know, this property's been vacant for 3 years. It had a track across from it beforehand. I think we ought to put it to, you know, to P&Z and let them make a decision from here, because I was part of the Asheville Motor Speedway. I made money. I built stock car motors. And you tell me any place in this town that can have 98,000 people come through the doors in 27 weeks, then that's where I have a problem. People learned how to race on the river, like Bob Presley, Robert Presley, and they went further on. You had young men in here talking about that they had, they've done good, they're 30 years old, they're the big kids, but they had to learn somewhere. I've got people that say they got to go to Spartanburg, or they got to go to Greenville, or they have to go to Johnson City, or wherever. This is just 2.5 acres. The lake in front of our house is that big. It's not going to be a detriment, because they're going to have little bumpy hills. I've talked to the people very much. They said they'll keep, you know, the dust down. He's got to fill this thing. It used to be a dump, and he's got to fill it with dirt to be able to work with it. You know, I'm for everything, economics too, but you know, kids have to have fun, and the Xbox is, you know, pretty good, but when a kid wants to learn how to race, and I wasn't racing, and you know, it's cars, it wasn't motorcycles, but when you take things away from people and tell them what they can do, if it turned out bad, I'm sure Mr. Ogle would back off on it, but I don't see anything wrong with it at the present time, except we voted in this county for no zoning. We voted in this county to give AB Tech $130 million. We're giving AB Tech $130 million, but the previous board decided we didn't need zoning any longer. You know, so the people spoke. People ought to have an opportunity, whether it passes us or goes further. That's just the way I feel. But the people should have an opportunity to try to help the children. Seems like we're feeding them $94,000 to feed them through the summer. The kids, give them something else to do. A lot of homes supposedly wants to go in on this too. To have some of their kids to go out there and learn things. So, you got the orphans, you got different things. So. There's just a way it needs to be done that we can help the kids.
Thank you, sir. Okay. This is not public hearing now. This is the commissioners deliberating. Any other comments?
Yeah, I've got
Mr. Belcher?
Yeah, I've got a few comments. So this, on Mondays, I do know a good bit about, this subject. My son had a 300 Kawasaki, and I, as a parent, put up with some of the noise associated with it. But the problem here is, and I keep hearing people say, and I understand, I really do understand that this is not site-specific in the fact of the zoning, and that it can affect other places. To me, that's the problem. With this. I know more about this site than anyone here because I was the one that was a supervisor over the dealership that was there, approved all the money that was spent on that property, tens of thousands of dollars of gravel and dirt and whatever. I know what condition that property is in, and it's not fit for much more than what you're wanting to do with it. It is a site that is pretty specific for something like this. It's a really good site, actually, for this. But the problem is that we are not able to, Mr. Creighton, you can correct me if I'm wrong, or Mr. Frew, to make variances or exceptions regarding a site specific, similar to the issues that we've had in the past, where a family would be trying to buy a home and they would come in here and pour their heart out, and we could not make an exception to that for a double wide or something like that. We couldn't, which is a problem. If the site is proper, we actually, as people have said, that we're put up here almost like judges over some of this zoning things, and it probably appears that way out there to you. First thing this morning, my grandson says, he's 7 years old, he comes outside, he stays with us on Monday night, so endure me just a minute, I know this is personal, but he comes outside and he says, "Papa, I saw the news on TV. The commissioners are going to vote for a motocross track." And he's like, so excited. So I understand you cannot take the kids out of this. If you have children, you have grandchildren, and you can't do that. So there is a problem with the way this goes, across the county. I am not for opening a can of worms across the entire county with this, but I am for this particular site. It is a good site for this use. I don't know how we take the next step to be able to do that. If they had, they did apply for 2 EMP and CS. I don't know why both are on there. Mr. Creighton, could you speak to that? Why they would apply for both?
That was requested in the text amendment by the attorney.
Okay. Do they have the ability to go back and apply in a different fashion for the same location in a different way? Later.
I mean, they can't go back and say, "I just want this site." They can't go back and just ask for this particular site to be zoned to allow motocross. I mean,
why?
Just help me out. I mean,
that's simply the way the ordinance is structured at this time. It would require change to the ordinance as a whole through.
You would have to go into we would have to basically open up to say, okay, motocrosses, let's just say motocrosses, are allowed in these particular areas. I mean, we'll face it down to amending the zoning chart to allow motocross, make a motocross category, and then say, okay, this is the areas that will be allowed in.
So one other question. Explain to me conditional uses when it has buffers regarding noise and dust and lights and all that. Can something like this be restricted to the point that it is no problem? This is not a bad site.
I mean, it's always the problem is with the noise.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I would have to say that when it came to Lytle Cove, for a long time, that was my number one complaint. And it didn't have anything really to do with anything but noise. And I don't know how you control that on a motocross. I mean, it's just, it's a high-pitched noise that everybody hears.
Well, I mean, to me, you control it by the location, and to me, the location is okay. So, but the problem is it's presented as a motor. How's it presented?
Motorsports.
It's presented as adding the use of motorsports facility to the CS and EMP. Right. And to further John's comments, I think what we would be looking at to look at a site-specific designation is we would have to go back and nearly add a a motorsports zoning designation to the zoning ordinance and then apply it to specific sites. Right offhand, that's the only way that I could think of to make it site specific, and we currently don't have any of those type designations in our ordinance.
Because I think we had a similar issue regarding the height at the airport was like 70 feet or 90. It was 90.
It was 90 feet,
and it wasn't written properly or something. So anyhow, that's my concern is I'm okay with the site. I think it's a great thing for the kids. I think it's a good location. I do agree with a lot of the comments that children need this type of thing. A lot of home does do that. But I also understand that it opens up a can of worms across the county. So.
Well, one more question here. Sheriff Duncan, sir, people shooting guns, how far out in the county do they have to be far away from the neighbors? 300 feet. 300 feet to shoot guns. And we're talking miles to ride motorcycles.
Any other comments? We have a motion and a second before us to deny the application.
I have just a couple of questions,
Sure.
David. Josh, I mean, I think that the biggest concern is the noise. I mean, I think that's the biggest concern. And is there anything that? And I hear folks talking about some vehicles are not that noisy, but others are very noisy. I know different places I've been. Some motorcycles are extremely loud. Others have good mufflers. Or I'm not an expert on all the technology, but I think it's fair to say there's a wide range of how much noise an individual vehicle will make, depending on how it's designed and modified and operated. Is there other than kind of the expectation that if different proposals are brought forward, the planning board or board of adjustment can make specific decisions at that time, are there any broader standards that if we were going to contemplate these kinds of facilities being developed in Buncombe County, in whatever zoning category that might be, where you could say, here's a strict requirement. We want you can't modify these vehicles so that they're so noisy. They have to be more like a regular vehicle, not something that you would hear so far away. Because I've definitely been in places where there have been these kind of facilities operated, and you can hear them very far away, and it definitely has an impact on people who want to live in the countryside and kind of live in some degree of peace. So is there? I mean, right now, as I understand it, this is sort of more open-ended and maybe sort of puts those questions to the Board of Adjustments or others who might consider specific proposals in the future. But could you just share a few more words or thoughts on that?
Sure. I mean, we could go two ways with that. One, within the zoning ordinance, as part of the conditional use process, we could set very specific standards. It is relatively open to allow the board consideration of the application based on the nuance of the site and the area. The real issue from a staff perspective, though, becomes enforcement. If we're looking at modifying noise level, how do we keep tabs on that on a routine basis? If we have a complaint on a Saturday, how do we respond to that complaint? That's one of the issues that we've had with more transient uses involving any kind of sound, noise. Light is, by the time we can get a staff person to respond, the use is no longer there, and so it becomes a game of cat and mouse. Certainly we do have the ability to restrict those, but enforcement is really the key concern.
But I know that if you take the baffle off of a motorcycle, it's extremely loud. They are made with baffles on to keep the sound down, so I don't know how you restrict it, but I do know that they're equipped with things that are designed to keep that sound down.
I think we just need to go ahead and deal with the issue at hand, and that this is not specific to a given site. It affects the entire county, and we need to keep that in mind. And when I sat and evaluated this yesterday in my own home, I thought, and I live within a quarter of a mile of the interstate, and I can hear the trucks, but it is a low pitch. I also can hear a train from where I live. It's also a low pitch. And I understand what people are saying about the high pitch, and I thought, would I be willing to vote for this in my neighborhood? And the answer was no. So I call that we go ahead and vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I take that as a call to question, and that is not subject to debate. The motion by Commissioner Frost is to deny the application. It was seconded by Commissioner King. All those in favor of the motion to deny the application as written, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
The vote is 5-2. Commissioner Belcher and Fryer against. Other commissioners in favor. Thank you. And we will take just a 30-second. If anyone, we're going to continue. We have a. Let's take 3 minutes. Let's go quick.
We better get more bathrooms for that.
Really, that's all there is to it. Moving forward, that's all I'm going to need.
Right. And I'm going to be looking on that one.
How are you doing?
Yeah, that's really.
Well, I'm just going to try to get David to let y'all go next before budget so you can go on. We
Okay,
didn't know that
appreciate
was
it.
going to be quiet.
Didn't know.
Well, I did.
You didn't
I
think it was going to be no.
I know that was going to be.
Is there anybody in the room who doesn't live?
talk? That's what I think. That's what he's expecting. I'll do that first. I didn't make it clear. I'll do that first. I'll go get him and bring him to you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Okay, we about ready to go.
He'll set his time whatever you want. Don't be crunching in the mic, guys.
What?
Are you wired in the huh?
No, we had to
sit very quietly considering the double espresso shot.
Okay, let me call us back to order at 7:26. Could I get a feel of the board to go ahead and do the Asheville-Buncombe Homeless Initiative Advisory next?
Yes.
Out of order,
They've
given
been
our
very
hour.
patient.
They've been very patient waiting for us. So by consensus then, unless anybody objects, we'll go ahead and call them up. And thank you for being here. David and Heather are here, I believe, on behalf. Thank y'all for talking to us. This is David Nash and Heather Dillashaw, I believe.
Thank you, Chairman Gant, members of the commission. My name is David Nash, and I guess I don't know how to start this presentation, but I'll click a button and see what happens. Oh, there it is. So, here but not.
The advisory committee is a joint committee of the city and the county, approved by both bodies a few years ago. And it's a successful city and county collaboration, which we're very proud of. And in fact, it's very important to us to have representatives. Our primary assignment today is the implementation of the 10-year plan. Which was adopted by the city and the county in 2000, close to the end of the 10 years, and we've accomplished some things. We haven't done everything that we want to do, but we have made some significant accomplishments. What's it doing now? Okay. It focused, the 10-year plan focuses on housing first, and I wanted to talk for a minute about what housing first is. It is a concept, not necessarily fixing the homeless person first, but placing them in a location with supportive services where they can get stabilized and get the services that they need to be successful in that home. There is a high cost to chronic homelessness in particular. The most expensive homeless persons in our community are the chronic homeless, those who have been homeless for a year or more, or have frequent episodes of homelessness. And those costs show up in law enforcement, at the jail, at the emergency room, among first responders, with health and mental health and other social problems that we see happening on the streets, both downtown and in the woods around Buncombe County. And the idea is that we're moving the highest needs folks into permanent housing with supportive services to stabilize them. Housing First is not the only approach that our committee looks at. We look at both emergency shelter and transitional housing, and we work with, we have members of our committee who are providers from both of those areas, and we view all of them as very important. But Housing First was a key concept that was introduced in the 10-year plan. What we have tried to accomplish and been successful with is bringing chronic homelessness down 82% since 2004 when it was initially measured. based on the annual count. So it's down from close to 300 chronically homeless people to 54 last January, the last time we counted. Homeward Bound has placed more than 600. The presentation says 500, but they went over the 600 mark recently. People in housing since they started, and the VA, along with the Housing Authority, has placed more than 250 homeless veterans in housing. Most of those were chronically homeless as well. The chart, which I hope you can see somewhere, reflects that that although overall homelessness, including people who are experiencing episodes of homelessness, has stayed fairly steady, gone down a little bit since the beginning. The chronic homeless number has gone down significantly. The number of homeless veterans is up, but that's because of the way that the federal government counts homelessness includes transitional housing, and the ABCCM's Veterans Quarters has really ramped up over time. And that's another collaboration with the VA that's been highly successful in helping homeless veterans get back on their feet.
What's the definition of chronic homeless?
Chronic is a person who's been homeless for a year or more or experienced 4 episodes of homelessness in the last 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that, let me just make sure there's not another point that I wanted to make. That's where we've come with chronic homelessness and veterans homelessness. I'm going to turn it over to Heather to talk about other aspects of homelessness in our community.
Thank you, David. And we do have copies on our iPads, so we're looking at them. Thank you. I don't know if we can get that up on the other screen, it'd be great, but if it's not functional, that's okay.
You can go to you want to go to the chart?
It's viewing back this way, just not up.
Okay.
We do have it on our PowerPoint, though. Okay. I mean, our iPads, excuse me.
Well, I echo David's appreciation for getting to talk to y'all tonight about what we've been doing. The families with children continue to be our most challenging area to address. If you can look at the chart, David, you want to go forward one slide? You can see with families with children, we had a very dramatic dip a couple of years ago, and that has gone back up. That went back up in our last count. If you'll remember, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act put out a lot of stimulus money around housing, and we had almost $1 million of that money in Asheville. And because of that money, we saw a dramatic dip in family and youth homelessness, which was great news. It worked, and unfortunately, some government programs, because it worked, they didn't continue to fund it. And we are trying to re-engage that same kind of strategy with other funding streams. And so it did go back up because we had almost a year with none of that kind of funding at all. So what we are doing now is shifting more resources from other funds, some of which are Buncombe County funds through the Home Consortium, CDBG funds that are part of what the city of Asheville allocates, as well as Emergency Solutions Grant funds, which are state funds, as well as Continuum of Care funds, which are federal funds that come to us. So all of those funds are starting to be directed more towards strategies that worked, which are rapid rehousing, and taking very direct routes from shelters, from transitional housing programs that families are already in, and getting them immediately into housing with these funds. Homelessness among families is much more episodic than what David talked about with chronic homelessness. It tends to be sporadic, much more tied to economic opportunity and support systems than an individual who is homeless. And as you know, with the cuts in support services, in human services, and in the lack of economic opportunity for folks who are on a lower level of income, we have not been able to make significant gains in reducing family homelessness. I will say that unlike other communities, we have not seen a huge increase in it either. We've seen some. There has been some increase, but it has mostly remained flat, which means we have continued to house people. If we had not continued to house people, then that number would have spiked. We didn't see a huge spike. It did go back up, but it didn't spike dramatically like it has in some other communities. So what that says to us is that our strategies are working. We simply need to direct and target those resources in better and better ways. So some of the ways that we are doing that, as you know, Asheville-Buncombe Community Christian Ministries no longer has emergency shelter in a traditional sense. They are putting much more of their resources toward family strategies at Steadfast House. The Western Carolina Rescue Mission is getting ready to do a renovation. They're in the final stages of getting that approved to expand family room space that will allow folks to enter into their programs and then partner with housing agencies for those folks when they're ready to go into permanent housing. The other piece is the Veterans Administration is also following this rapid rehousing effective strategy, and we now have in our community, it's called Supportive Services for Veterans Families, and it is money for veterans families to be housed as well. And so that program is also very successful and started operating in just this past October. And so we're starting to see some gains from that strategy as well. You can go. So all these strategies, before I talk about the hard to house piece of this, all these strategies, the hope is that we work together. And part of that is that we are embarking on a coordinated assessment process, much like how Buncombe County has integrated Health and Human Services. We are also integrating homeless services and housing for those who are experiencing homelessness, so that there will be much more of an immediate access to the housing that is appropriate and available for that individual or family, meaning that the goal being that the individual or family does not have to bounce themselves from program to program trying to find a fit, that there is a place they can go or to a person they can call that can do a screening that points them to the appropriate program first, rather than having to go to this program, no, that doesn't fit, this program, no, that doesn't fit. So trying to streamline access, which of course takes a burden off the folks needing the services, as well as stretches our not enough resources for the staff who are doing this work. One of the things that we are doing that's very practical right now is around this hardest to house group of folks, and it really is the folks that are left in that number that David talked about with the chronically homeless individuals, folks who are the highest utilizers of services in our community, which also means they're the most vulnerable. Folks who only have access to care through the emergency department because of uncontrolled mental illness and other physical issues, use the emergency department and cycle in and out of the jail constantly. It is much more effective for their health and for our care dollars for those folks to be in housing. What we're working on now is a site-specific program that would house those folks in a smaller environment with services on site, a model that's been replicated in other parts of the country, including Charlotte, and been very successful in helping folks stabilize as well as reducing use in emergency department and jail systems. So we have a task force working on that now, and we hope to have a site identified in the next few months to start work on that project. I think we'll stop there. You've had a long night. Are there particular questions that we can answer? One of the things that we're very grateful for is that you appoint half of the advisory committee, and you'll be asked to do that later on your agenda to reappoint folks to continue to do this work for our community, and we're very grateful for your support of that. Are there
well, Heather and David, I just want to say to have it to drop chronic homelessness 82% is phenomenal.
Thanks.
And I know it's not easy. I know it's a complicated problem, and you are wonderful to tackle it, and we thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
We all know it's a big problem here, and I think most people just say, what can we do? Throw up your hands. But you're saying, no, we can do something, and we should, and you have. So thanks.
Thank you. And it's not a problem that's being solved by any one person or agency. It's a problem that's being solved by this collaboration among agencies and among governments and staff and leadership. So we appreciate all of you as well.
And it's been a collaboration from the beginning. So part of my question has to do with one of the things that was so compelling about initiating this whole change years ago was the data that you had regarding dollars and the expensiveness of services. Mm-hmm. Over the years, if you've watched the chronic homelessness, as an aside, unsheltered, homeless, is this a new thing we say now? We say unsheltered instead of homeless, or what's up with that?
At the point in time they count folks who are unsheltered. We count folks who are unsheltered, who are in emergency shelters, who are in transitional housing, and for some purposes who are doubled up with others.
Gotcha. So unsheltered's broader.
Unsheltered means camping out, basically.
I gotcha. Homeless is a subset of that. Okay.
No, unsheltered is a subset of homeless. Homeless includes unsheltered, emergency shelter, and transitional housing. all of those folks are still considered homeless under the
Okay.
federal definition, which is one reason why our overall homeless
Right.
number doesn't go down. We have a lot more in transitional housing.
Right.
We have a good number in emergency shelter, but the hard number, the campers who were sleeping out in the woods, has gone down, or under the bridges has gone down significantly.
So have y'all been tracking the cost that are related to the chronic homelessness and how that's trended?
The University of North Carolina did a study of a particular program that was implemented, not our overall program. And it is hard to track the cost because the costs show up in a number of places. But what they found is definitely that the jail costs go down for that population. The emergency room costs go down. The emergency services costs go down. But other costs do go up, including costs for routine medical care or mental health services.
Mm-hmm.
And what that reflects is that people, instead of living on the street and self-medicating themselves with substance abuse, are better able to access the types of services that they need and that we all need them to access in order to stabilize their situation.
Would it be true that it's still a net decrease of cost to our community?
I think it is true, but I'm not sure that we can prove that at this point.
Gotcha. So one of the things that I think a lot of y'all know that I've been pretty concerned about is just this whole, what women that are experiencing domestic violence or violent situations, and where they find longer term, you're going to get it, yeah, okay, longer term place to live in housing. So can you tell me what y'all are thinking these days and what the scene is in our community around that?
Sure. So we have one domestic violence shelter,
right?
Helpmate, and they serve, of course, the folks that actually need that physical shelter, but they also touch multiple other folks through call center and folks that come in for counseling, all those kinds of things. And one of the more recent partnerships is between the Helpmate shelter folks who are living in the shelter, with Homeward Bound, who runs multiple housing programs for folks who are homeless. And one of the things that Homeward Bound has the ability to do is look for sites that are private landlord sites, meaning for domestic violence victims and their families, a much more safe way to access housing rather than what a typical public housing unit might be, or a more identifiable space. Mm-hmm. And so the staff at Homeward Bound and Helpmate have been working closely, particularly over the last couple of months, to identify when the Helpmate staff folks feel like it's time to start transitioning folks out of that shelter and into their services, and how the piece that's still being worked out is part of what we need to do is start training other housing case managers about the particular needs of folks who have experienced domestic violence. One of the things we also know is that any woman or child that's been on the street has experienced domestic violence, mm-hmm. whether they've ended up at Helpmate or not.
Right.
And so one of the things that Ann Flynn and I have talked about is that she said to me the other day that she wishes she just had domestic violence now to deal with, right? That used to be, that was the problem. And now there are so many multiple other issues that come with that because of the world that we live in. There is mental health issues, there are physical health issues, there's addiction, all of those things wrapped up, maybe because of the domestic violence, but all of those things have to be treated and addressed in order for folks to stabilize in some way. Homeward Bound has particular skill around some of the other things. Helpmate has particular skill around the domestic violence piece, and so we're cross-training staff and doing that to help figure out how we do it better. There's not great answers, and obviously, as we know, for folks who have experienced domestic violence, it's hard to get folks out of that cycle, and nobody has great answers for how to do that, unfortunately. Right. So we're doing what we can to cross-train folks around skill sets and awareness, and I think that's a good step toward trying to do that well.
Absolutely.
So,
well, please, I know I'm interested in being continually educated about it, and if you see our community is so well known for innovation and new approaches that I'm sure we would, as a board, like to hear those types of new ideas. I mean, at some point, we've got to, what we do in society is the victim gets taken out of their house or has to leave their house because, and the perpetrator stays sheltered. I mean, it's completely backwards. And at some point, that I don't think that's what we're going to solve in the short term. But we've really got to start highlighting how crazy that is.
Sure.
That we by allowing domestic violence to continue, we are also facilitating a move towards homelessness too.
Right.
So anyway, I appreciate y'all thinking about that, and I just wanted to articulate we've got to start talking about it all the time in all directions. So this is my opportunity to say a few words about that. I do know that the number, changing gears a little bit to go from women to children, that the numbers of homelessness, the homeless children in our school system continues to go up as well. Could you say a little bit about your interface with those kids?
So one of the things, we have a new family and youth committee, kind of subcommittee, task force, there's some folks from the advisory committee as well as we pulled in folks who we haven't worked with before. One of the things we learned over the last year is that the support services for children and families in the community didn't really talk to the homeless services providers in the community in real direct ways, and so we're trying to close that gap some. And one of the things we've learned through that is that the school social workers know things that homeless service providers don't, right? So each system, each of our, we have 2 school systems, as you know, and each school system has now a social worker that is tasked with knowing what those numbers are, identifying students, all of those things. And certainly, I don't mean to make light of the numbers because they aren't light numbers. One of the reasons we've seen dramatic jumps is we now have an accurate count. Up to until about 2.5 years ago, we didn't have an accurate count of who those children were. And so it's really hard to tell how dramatic that number really went up. We think it's probably been, our poverty level is pretty high, so especially in the county. And so that probably was higher than we knew, and we now have an accurate count of who those students are. But those school social workers, both the liaisons and all the social workers in the individual schools, are a part of this work that we're doing to connect families that are in shelters, families that are in cars, to the services that they can access. Because the good thing about kids being in school being identified is they have access to particular services as students who are identified as homeless. And so we want to make sure they access those educational services that are about stability for school, transportation, all of those things that are available to them. And so we're doing a lot of education with homeless service providers about how they can help their families access those services. It's a long road, but we're starting to close some of those gaps, I think.
I'm very heartened to hear that.
Can I add one thing to the youth homelessness in schools there? And I just want to say it because it may look like our numbers are off if I don't. The definition of homelessness in schools is different than it is for HUD housing. In schools, they count children who are doubled up with other family members, or doubled up if their parents are doubled up with other families in a house. They are counted as homeless for school purposes, and they are not reflected in the numbers that we showed you a minute ago. The good news in the numbers we showed you a minute ago is when we did the point-in-time count last January, and for the last 4 years, I believe, there weren't any children sleeping in cars that we found in this county. But that doesn't mean that the problem has gone away. A lot of them are doubled up with other family members. Frankly, a lot of them are doubled up in public housing units that we're aware of, and we'd like for them to be legal residents if that were possible. But we do know that is an ongoing issue, and we're trying to address it in the way that it needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions? Heather and David, thank you for being here.
Thanks for your time.
Next up, we have the budget, and we have Dr. Greene going to tell us our situation, where we're at.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just to reemphasize the environment in which we built a budget, this was a reevaluation year when we saw our tax base drop by $2.8 billion. And 56% of our residential properties did have a decrease in value, but that doesn't necessarily mean all their bills will be down. We built this budget using a 56.9 cent tax rate. revenue neutral is calculated at 57.8. It's a $337.5 million budget. The general fund, which is where the property tax go, is about $265 million, and the general fund budget is down by a little over $1.3 million from last year. There were some costs that you really couldn't avoid. They were either, some of them were safety driven, others were state or federal mandates. One being loss of revenue from the feds for some of our human service programs. That was $2.4 million. Some core service changes were that we are now ready to open. We'll be very shortly ready to open the courthouse, and with the state misdemeanors, we've had to open a couple more pods in the jail, so that was $1.2 million. The Affordable Care Act, $928,000 for the fee that we have to pay, and a reinsurance fee, and then we had to add less than 26-year-olds to the insurance plan. We did propose a new ambulance at $552,000. That is primarily for the downtown area where we have a lot of density. And we're adding the debt, of course, for the public safety training facility, which is just really turned out to be a very nice, very highly used facility. And the state changed how we have to pay, how they're going to capture the funds to pay the federal government back for the unemployment insurance. And every employer, regardless of being government or not government, is going to pay a certain fee, and for us that totals $630,000. We do add the school safety report. We wanted 7 SROs and 8 social workers. We've included that in the budget at 1.2. That goes into the general fund portion of the budget that we put together at 56.9 cents. The other part of the budget that makes things a little more complicated tonight is the Culture and Recreation Authority. We've worked pretty diligently for several weeks and months to put together the possibility of having a Culture and Recreation Authority that brought together our libraries, our parks, our greenways, our recreation, our arts, and other cultural organizations in the community. While we put that together in a way I think that's very meaningful at 3.5 cents on the tax rate, the bill has not yet passed the General Assembly. It did move out of Senate Finance today, and is expected to be on the Senate floor tomorrow. There were some significant changes in Finance today, and it will have to come back to the House for concurrence. At this point in time, this would have to be a county-only Culture and Recreation Authority. I think what that gives us is some time to set this up so when the municipalities can join in the future, we're ready for them to do that. But the bill was changed so the municipalities cannot be included right now. That's a lot that goes through it.
But they cannot be included at any time unless the legislation is changed in the future, or is there the 24-month period as the latest iteration a couple days ago?
The 24-month period was removed today, and it'll take legislative action to include a municipality going forward.
So unless the legislation is changed again in the future, unless the legislation is changed in the future from Raleigh, then the bill does not contemplate inclusion of any governmental entities other than Buncombe County.
Buncombe County is all that would be in it now, and we would be. I think we could go back to the General Assembly and ask them for an addition going forward. I just don't think it will happen this year.
Okay.
But that puts us in a dilemma because we're proposing 2 different taxes here. One is the county government at 56.9, and the other is Culture and Recreation at 3.5 cents. We don't have authorizing legislation to let us move forward with that recommendation. So I know that there'll be conversation, but what I would like to recommend is that we continue this meeting until 9 o'clock on Friday morning, and we see exactly what has happened in the Senate and the House on it's House Bill 418, and see what has happened with that bill before we adopt a budget. Because once we set a tax rate, we cannot change it again until next year. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. It's been a very hectic period around the Culture and Recreation Authority.
Was there any reason stipulated that the 24 months was taken out?
No, I just got a notice. I got a text and said the bill had been changed, and for me to pull it up and read it. I thought I would make some phone calls on my way home this evening.
All right, so the way I think the best way to proceed would be, first of all, to talk about how we want to, do we want to continue the meeting? Do we want to go ahead and do anything tonight? And then if we decide to continue the meeting, say to Friday, then I think the next decision we would need to make is whether we want to go ahead and have our comments tonight, or we want to do that in Friday. I think in talking to people, I think there was a discussion about doing the comments tonight. I don't know that we thought we'd be here at 8 o'clock. But I can go either way on this, folks, and what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner King?
I think if we're going to continue to Friday, I'd rather do the discussions Friday. I think my attention span would be a lot better Friday morning than it is right now.
And I think, too, looking around at how few people are here, maybe we can get a bigger audience on Friday. Who knows?
Okay, Commissioner Fry?
Sorry, y'all.
I just assume to get it over tonight and, get our part over, and then all we have to do is come in and vote. If it's Friday or Monday or whatever day they decide, because it could not be done through Friday.
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay doing discussion now and just vote whenever, but I'm really okay either way, actually.
Okay, well, I think the threshold question would be, first of all, do we want to continue so let me entertain a motion to continue the meeting to Friday at 9 o'clock.
I'll make that motion to continue the meeting on Friday at 9 o'clock.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Frost, second by Commissioner Belcher. Is there any discussion of that motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And the motion passes 7-0. The next consideration would be whether to give comments or not. Is there a motion to go ahead and give our comments tonight?
I'll put a motion forward.
Commissioner Fryer, is there a second to Commissioner Fryer's motion to give comments tonight? Or wait?
A second.
There's a second, Commissioner Frost. Okay, is there any discussion of that motion?
If we give the comments tonight, then no comments on Friday. Is
No
that
comments on
correct?
Friday.
I think we'll be tired of. We've given several comments already, but I think that would be the intent. Yes.
The only problem with that is this legislation changing, and we don't know what it's going to end up. And so it seems kind of funny to me to not be able to make comments before we know what the final legislation is going to be. That's the only.
I really agree with that, because we're kind of commenting on pie in the sky at this point.
And I think we'll know a lot more, so to have comments on culture and recreation on Friday morning, if we could make that exception to it, because I really do believe we will know by Thursday night how this is going to proceed, or if it's going to pass.
Okay. So, is there we've got a motion. I'm sorry. Yes.
Friendly amendment? Over.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I would like to amend her motion to say that we would be allowed to make additional comments regarding the CRA or anything regarding the legislation that might change between now and then.
So comment tonight and on Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that agreeable with the Commissioner Frost? Will have to give that agreement on a friendly amendment, I guess.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Friendly. Then we will. The motion is to have comments tonight, and to have more limited comments depending on what the General Assembly does on Friday if the board chooses to. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Then that's what we'll do. Is there any comments on the budget?
I have a PowerPoint.
Yes, sir. Mr. Fryer, Commissioner Fryer. I'll let everybody come out of the way.
There you go. What I want to bring forward tonight is how we're spending, and this is not our money. This is the public's money that we're putting out there. And there's a little breakdown here that we can go through. My thing didn't work. I'm going to turn it around, it might work better. It worked. Are we managing it responsibly? Three questions that we want to answer for our citizens. How much does this new tax rate cost? Are we financing what we need or what we want? How much debt are we accruing? This tax increase is going to be basically 8 cents. That's with the, what do you call it, Ms. Greene, the culture all back in it. The culture in it, we're looking at $80 on 100,000. We need to ask ourselves, what does this mean for the average family in Buncombe County? I got this broke down in a few sections. Inca, it's basically $99. Candler, it's $106. Fairview, it's $187. Swannanoa, it's $153. $153 in Barnardsville. Basically, Biltmore Park's $393. Asheville City's $141. Biltmore Forest has a saving of $248. So they're down. You put it in percentages. Inca's 9% up. Candler's 13% up. Fairview's 13% up. Swannanoa's 16% up. Barnardsville, 17%. A lot of my districts. City of Asheville's 14% up. Biltmore Park, with as big as it was, it's only 12% up. Biltmore Forest is 5% down. Are we financing what we need? Are we buying minivans or luxury BMWs? AB Tech Foundation, keeping the community strong with trained workforce. What you need classroom space, you need parking. What you want, entertainment suite, outdoor terraces, state-of-the-art catering kitchen, and new executive offices. Buildings don't teach. Funding nonprofits. Necessary? How do we decide what nonprofits to fund? We're going from $1.3 million last year to 1.6, but I hear today we're actually going to 1.7 million in funding for nonprofits. Funding needs. Protect children, school resource officers, 1.2 million, or funding for the arts, $250,000 for possibly 5 years. This is a conversation that we need to have, people. We got a money tree. It's their money. They give it to us, and there it is. But from what I understand, at the end of the year, that money tree is going to look like the one on the right-hand side. Empty again, because all the mandates Ms. Greene just spoke about. She spoke about 2.some million mandated on DSS. She talked about the Affordable Care Act, 900 some odd thousand, 630 some thousand that we're having to pay for certain things are back to unemployment. But the one thing we don't want to get into is this here. That's our rainy day fund, or our piggy bank. And if we continue the way we're going, that's where we're going to get. We're going to be in that piggy bank. And when we break that, then the people on the taxes that I just talked to them about are not going to understand that we're going to have to go up again. How much debt are we accruing? $400 million and counting. You know, taking money out of citizens' pockets and hurting those that can afford it least. Food, tank of gas, prescriptions, school lunches and supplies, utility bills, and tax payments I left off. Tax Hyatt's doing nothing to address our debt, and it's hard for those to have, harder for those that have the least. It's not our money. I know that years ago, I listened to Bill Stanley speak up here, and he was talking about the tax rate being at 80 cents. That's 24 years ago. Homes were $30,000. That accumulated about $240 for the county at that particular time. But now that house, same particular house, is $70,000, and it accumulates $1,009 at the 60-cent rate. So from what I understand from Miss Greene, she's been here 17 years. This is the first time we've ever went up. I want my people on the board to make a decision. Are we going to give people's money away? Are we the ones that's going to decide who's the winners and losers in nonprofits? That's what we're doing. I think we ought to give to who we want to. And the Nazareth, the little lady that walked up here from the Nazareth church and wanted $1,500 to feed some of the people and take them out for birthday, I'm going to donate them some money because I think it's personal preference. It's not for us to make them the decisions to give. These people give us money, and we're supposed to be good stewards with it, and we need to figure out how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fryer. Any other comments about the budget?
I just would like to make one comment tonight. There's I've learned a lot as a commissioner. This is the first budget process that I've been through, so I appreciate the staff and the other commissioners who have been here before us, who have been through these cycles before, helping to educate me about some of the different budget issues we're looking at and some of the different programs and infrastructure that go into the county funding. This is the first time that I assume that the county has gone through a budget process where total values have fallen since the last time revaluation has been done. So it is a bit of a different process, but that is due to the pretty unprecedented economic realities that our country and our community have gone through over the last 5 or 6 years, and how those have affected real estate values. So I think most citizens understand the difference between the tax rate and the tax values and how those interface together. But I think there are a lot of things to be commended about this budget. I think it provides for continued services to address a lot of the key priorities that Buncombe County's had for a long time, and commitments that we want to keep. The one item I would comment on tonight that I'm very proud of the County Commission for supporting is the inclusion of 2 additional public schools in our community that can be funded through the priorities we're setting in the Isaac Dixon, which will come first. And I know that the teachers and everyone there are geared up, and plans are set, and so construction will start on that very soon, and it's very exciting. And then following that will be a new Asheville Middle School, and I think a great case has been made that these are 2 important public education priorities for our community, and they will serve the community well for decades to come. So I want to thank everyone on the County Commission for doing the homework on that and thinking it through. It's a big commitment, and I'm really proud of us for making it. I want to particularly thank Commissioner Jones for really leading the charge on that from time before many of us were even on the County Commission, but for really bringing attention to this as something that needs to happen, and the conventional funding formulas that we had for public education capital improvements just didn't quite work to get it done. And so for really making the case for thinking about what we need to do to make it happen, and not just saying, well, things are the way they are, and just being satisfied with that. So thank you, Holly, for your work on that, and I'm proud that's an important part of what this commission will lay the foundation for this year.
I'd like to, going through this budget process, as Brownie has said, is certainly something I've never encountered. Running a small business doesn't really compare to this. But I think the budget is emblematic of all of us. And we've all come from different parts of the community, different realms of employment, but we all put our differences aside and really came up with, I think, is a really good budget. And sometimes when you want to know about a person, you ask how they spend their money. And if somebody were to ask about us and Buncombe County Commission, when we look at our budget, we see how we spend money. Commissioner Jones leading the charge on 2 new schools in the city, Commissioner Belchers and King leading the charge on a new school in Inca Candler, ensuring that our children are safe when they're in school, and that's who we are. And we've all made sacrifices, and I think it's emblematic of all of us. And congratulations to everybody. And the 7 of somebody asked me the other day, and I said, I know in my heart one thing: all of us want the best for Buncombe County.
Thank you.
No question.
Also like to expand on that, and I apologize for my voice. We have come together as a board. We've set aside politics. We have tried to come up with a budget that best reflects the needs of Buncombe County. We're trying to put the needs of all people of Buncombe County. Once we're up here on this board, we represent all 240,000 people of Buncombe County, not just those in our district. And what we're striving to find is balance that for the whole county, and those people that may be very adversely affected on the very lower end of the spectrum. We have programs, and we've tried to make those programs available to help them either offset taxes and do what they can to help them. But we're a large county with a lot of needs, and we have to go forward. Everyone's put into this budget. No one has the budget that they would have come up with by themselves, but it is a collective, and it is a fact that we are a county of 240,000 people, and we're striving to do the best we can in very challenging economic times to serve Buncombe County. And we would love to be able to say we've dropped taxes tremendously, or we've done this or that, but we are dealing with realities and not what we would personally like to do. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Commissioner Fryer for his PowerPoint and his challenge to stewardship. We take that very seriously as a board. I think you've heard it from several up here that I've been reminded a couple of times this week that, well, you asked for this job, Belcher. And I did, and I'm okay with that. But my focus has been on spending and trying to bring it down. And I can say without question that every day that I've been here, and I've been a lot, I've worked on that, and we've cooperated together on that, and they've helped. They've endured some of my conversations and listened to some of our discussions, and we were faced with challenges, but we're not going to blame the mandates for that. It's real numbers that we dealt with, and I can say that if this board was not made up the way it is now, with all of these people, that the expenses would be much higher. The amount that you would be presenting would be even higher. I know that. We were faced with $7.5 million in requests from community development and nonprofits, and we got that early, and I looked at it and I went, oh my gosh, and it was 1.3 last year, as Mr. Fryer said, and it's going to be somewhere around $1.6 million. And there was a lot of work on that. There was a lot of pain in that. There was a lot of things that come out of that in discussion, and hopefully future ways for nonprofits to be better, and for people to be a little bit more accountable, and for us to work even closer together. There has been millions of dollars saved through discussions regarding schools. Millions. The end result is schools. But during the process, you try to save money always in everything that we do, and we've done that. You heard a small businessman come in here tonight and thank us, and that goes to all of us. He mentioned a couple of names only because we were the ones that met him, but we found there's multiple stories up here like that where people have went, and we are trying to help small businesses by getting rid of some of the regulations, getting things out of the way for them. The tax rate, unfortunately, is a result of the budget. If I acquired a company, that had, which I couldn't do this, but $300 million in expenses, and my first year I was going to try to save money on that business, I would do that. But it's probably going to cost about the same amount of money to run that business, and that's what we're faced with. We did get hit with some external things. Because of that, I feel very good in how hard we've worked, each of us. And when I say every day, you just have to understand that that's really the way it is. I'm not exaggerating that. I really am not, through the meetings and through discussions and phone calls and things. And I have new friends up here now, new colleagues, and I appreciate that. But I will not make any decision based on that friendship. I will make the decision based on the needs of the county, but it won't jeopardize that friendship because of the way we're trying to work together. No matter what people's opinion may be of GE, I believe it's a game changer. I said it before. I'm very proud of us working together. As much as I love to talk, I would have shouted it from the rooftops if I'd have been able to, to turn that loose. I promise you. And I think it will be the grossest inaccuracy of the number of jobs we've probably stated before. I cannot imagine how many jobs they're going to bring. Already bringing a supplier. Tutco Farnham, 90 more jobs out in Arden today. So many jobs coming as a result of the message this board is sending. We'll continue to send that message, and I appreciate everybody on this board and the staff and how hard you've worked on the budget.
I'm good. If I spoke, I would just be repeating good thoughts and observations that have already been made.
Okay. Judy, can you bring up the next PowerPoint? Takes just a second.
Okay, well, I just want to go ahead and get started. This is my 17th budget. And so, frankly, we had it about the way I liked it. But this board, they've given me some insights into things that we could tighten up. And I appreciate that. It's as Commissioner King said, it's not a budget that any of us would have put together if we were king or queen. But it's the best budget we can do based on the other 6 commissioners, the economic conditions we have, and the conditions we have to operate in. Here's the historical record. When I got on the board, we were at 73 cents. We were 76 cents 20 years ago. It's interesting, this pretty much coincides with the tenure of Dr. Greene. And you can see we came down almost every year. Now, the property values were going up most of those years, but we still continued to cut. Next slide. Here's what happened this year that made it so difficult. First of all, we lost $2.8 billion with a B on our tax base. What that means, next slide. But the way it came out, and we've seen this slide before, there was an overall decrease in the value of property in the county. Next slide. And if you'll look, more people had property decrease than increase. About 11,000 more households that own property, the property decreased than went up. So there are going to be some people that pay more. There are going to be people that pay less, even with the rate. Here's some things that, as Commissioner Frost said, next slide, these are things we had to do. We had to do the jail. We had to do a lot of things. Next slide. Unemployment. We don't have to do an ambulance, but if you have a heart attack and you want somebody to take you to the hospital fast, you probably will appreciate this, and this is kind of geared around the city. Next, we had to do the Affordable Care Act. That's not optional. Decisions were made in Raleigh and Washington that we had to put up another $1 million. It netted out to us. Next slide. And then we elected, and we had a choice. We thought about going to Biltmore Square Mall and just buying the whole thing and moving government there. But I think we made the right choice to stay right here, right downtown, to support the downtown area. And so we recycle a 90-year-old courthouse and we build a new one. But now we got to staff it, and these folks have to be, are stuck with the cost of taxing it. And then we had to deal with, next slide, social services, as Dr. Greene said, about $2.4 million. These are things we did before we even got to the fun part, which was talking about what we wanted to do. One of the things we elected to do that I'm very proud of this board on, next slide, is that we're going to have 8 new social workers in the classrooms and 7 new school resource officers. We want our kids to be safe. We know there are times we can't guarantee safety, but I really like that we did 8 social workers to kind of get at the root of the problems, as well as the 7 resource officers. We don't have to do this. We don't have to have libraries. We don't have to do a lot of things. We don't have to build 2 new schools, but it's the right thing to do. This is a budget where we're going to do things right. The last one I want you to look at, even with this increase, this is how we compare to the other urban areas. And I just read that Orange County, which is a county that does a lot of things that we aspire to do and have done to take care of people, they're at 80 cents. So Buncombe is the first one there. We're a little bit higher than Catawba and Wake and New Hanover, but most of the other counties of comparable size, they're a lot more. So government isn't free, but what we've done, I think, is, as the other commissioners have said, we want to reflect your values. We want this to be a good place to go to school, a good place to work. You can find jobs, you can get taken care of, and a good place to retire. I think this budget does this. It is about compromise, and I think nationally and state, maybe some of them forgot how to compromise. I can tell you, I've talked to each person up here, and they didn't get what they wanted. I didn't get what I wanted. But we know how to compromise because we want the best for the community. And that's when a board really starts working, when you can agree to disagree and compromise and get things done. So I also want to thank Dr. Greene, Donna Clark, all our staff, because they gave us information to make good decisions. There were things that, since I've been on the board with Dr. Greene, that have never been questioned. And that's always good. And I thank the new members and Vice Chair Jones for pushing the schools. All of you brought so much to the table and raised questions that we needed to ask. So I'm thrilled. I'm going to vote for it on Friday. I think it's just a tough situation we were put in, but I'm proud of the commissioners. I'm proud of each one of you because you really listened, you really took information, and you made a budget that I think is the best we can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I didn't make any comments. I do want to indicate that I'm supportive of this budget. Just
I am too.
Make that clear.
All right. Sounds good. We have one more matter of business, or 2 more matters. I think we've got camera media placement.
Should we just stay here until Friday morning at 9?
Yeah,
I'll be really quick on these. Since we've been in this boardroom, we've struggled with where can you place cameras. We've had the fire marshal here twice. Mr. Frew brought him over again a few weeks ago, and we have a couple of problems in the room. One is we cannot count going out this way as an exit because those doors have lock pads on them, and you can't get out them. So our means of egress is this door right here, and the fire marshal pulled out the code and showed us very clearly we cannot block this area. What he did say we could do is the tripods are more the issue than the camera. So he was comfortable with people coming to the front to get the shot that they needed in this area and then just going back to whatever position they were in. It's just we cannot have tripods or a congregation of cameras in this area. So this basically is a policy to just to understand where we can have cameras in the room and what the challenges would be. We welcome people who want to come up and get a shot. We've talked with the media, and they seem very receptive and happy with that approach to it, because they're usually here just to get a short shot. So what we're asking you tonight is to adopt the policy about how we will place cameras in the room and when and how people can move around with the cameras.
I'll make a motion that the cameras can. I'll make a motion the cameras can move around the room as the fire marshal has stated.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Frost, a second by Vice Chair Jones. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
We have two more issues that we brought to new business.
Yes, AB Tech.
AB Tech.
AB Tech
Both
Capital.
of these are AB Tech. There's a budget amendment that we pulled from consent agenda, and that budget amendment, when we reach this point of the year, we know much better what our revenues are going to be, and we need to make the budget amendments to record the revenues, record the debt that we've issued, which we did issue some debt for 93 Victoria and for part of the Inca campus, and to get the project costs lined up with the revenues. This budget amendment basically does exactly that for where we stand today. Would like to share with you that tomorrow we are meeting with a committee of the Board of Trustees. We may well be coming back to you to change some of these numbers as we enter the new year, and I do think within just a matter of a couple of weeks we'll have an overall plan for the campus that the trustees will actually they'll be part of planning, a big part of that planning process. So while we are making a budget amendment to close the year, I don't want you to think we won't be coming back to make a change if they'd like to make change in the project.
All right, any questions? Is there a motion to accept the, let's see, I guess it would be a ordinance, yes, to approve the ordinance.
Make a motion.
Motion by Commissioner Belcher. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Jones. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0. Two add-ons, two pickup trucks. Tell us about them.
We received a call from AB Tech yesterday, or I got the call yesterday, asking if we had any surplus vehicles. We've often had a history of moving our vehicles, donating them to different organizations. And it just happens we do have two pickups that we're ready to be surplus. It's a 2004 Ford F-150 and a 2005 Ford F-250. We were ready to surplus them from our operations and would like to ask that you authorize us to donate those to AB Tech.
Is there a motion to donate the two vehicles to
Make
AB
the motion.
Tech? Motion by Commissioner Farr. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner King. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Well, they are so donated.
Thank you.
The next to the last order of business is board appointments. Asheville-Buncombe Homeless Initiative Advisory Committee. We have 7 vacancies. Any nominations?
I'll nominate Brian Alexander, Robin Merrill, Jenny Simmons, Lance Edwards, Dan Garrett, Michelle Woods, and Brooks Ann McKinney.
Second.
Are there any other nominations? A motion by Vice Chair Jones, second by Commissioner Frost. Any further nominations? All those in favor of approving those 7 individuals, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Those individuals are appointed. Next board meeting will be August 6th. We will not be here for a board meeting at 4:30 in our chambers. Our board will hold community meetings in each district as follows. District number 3 will be held on July 9 at Inca Branch Library from 6 to 7 p.m. District 1 will be on July 15 at Lord Auditorium in Pack Library from 6 to 7 p.m. And District 2 will be on July 16 at Bee Tree Fire Department from 6 to 7. Some members of the board will attend the National Association of Counties annual conference in Tarrant County, Texas. That is Fort Worth area, July 19 through 22. I guess it didn't change.
Friday.
Ah, yes. And so since we are, is there a motion to continue our case? And there's no need for a closed session. Nothing changed since open session, since pre-session. It does seem like about a day ago, but it's only been 4 hours ago. Okay, so is there a motion to continue the case to Friday, to continue the commission meeting to Friday at 9 a.m. in these chambers?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Commissioner Frost. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Jones. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Then we are in continuance until Friday at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.